Okay, so we are live, and that music is way too loud. Today, we are going to be playing a bunch of games against one of the top finishers in the first Goha Rush Festival. Let's go ahead, enter the room. And get started. And begin. What do you want to play? Alright, so we're gonna be starting off with a Royal Rebels versus Magnum Overlord match. This is probably something that we are going to be seeing a lot of in the festival. Welcome BenX, and Travis and Blitz. So, Roa is up first. We have an okay hand. Being able to block the initial swing from the Royal Rebel player is going to be very important. So let's go ahead and bring in the Answer and then throw our two face down cards. I don't think it matters whether or not we attack, but getting rid of an extra resource is always a good idea. Keep in mind that the Royal Rebel skill in particular is able to flip up Answer. So, what are they going to do? Alright, digging with the Cobalt. It's always entirely possible that Whoop does not draw any high-level monsters. Though it is pretty unlikely. So, Answer down to level 2. We are hoping for, I guess either way works fine. This actually means we can keep our back row. We don't really need to use the Widespread Ruin on an invasion. And taking damage will help us with Magnum Overlord in the near future. Let's go ahead, activate the skill. Send the green card again. Set the Magician. Debuff here. Set another trap, and here we go. Welcome, Prophecy Phrase. I am having a pretty good day. Though, I haven't done all too much. And we mill the head, which is a little bit unfortunate, but we'll see how it works out for us. There's a good chance, Whoop flips a King's Majesty. But they actually also drew the Widespread Ruin, which is obviously quite bad. I could have chosen to not attack, keeping the Music Princess Recital for defense. With two of them on the field, it probably was a good idea. As now, we destroy this, but as long as they summon a strong enough low-level monster, they would win the game. However, now is maybe our chance. Unfortunately, it's not looking like it. Maximum Overload. I guess we bring out the 7-Zone Magician one more time. And then change the attack of a monster. We want to play around the opponent using a heavy metal. So we need to put 2 monsters onto the board. Let's throw this down and mill. Okay. We don't need the seal array. So let's battle. Majesty is fine. But they let it go through, and we can equalize the game a little bit here. We do lose if they get the if they get another invasion. But if it is only a heavy metal, we would be fine. Yeah, Travis, let me go find the date. Articles, Rush, Festival. No, it was announced, but I don't remember when it actually is. I believe it's in a week or two. Okay. And again, heavy metal would be fine, but invasion is not. So we're gonna do each matchup twice, just to try to get a feel of how things are going. Alright, so we open again. 2 trap cards. Okay, so I messaged Whoop to kind of review how the game went, and it looks like they thought it was actually kind of close. They had the invasion, so me attacking into the white side of everyone, it was not a huge deal, but the way that the game did end up playing out, they needed to use the curry bot to have enough monsters on board. We have not drawn very well. I think that is literally all we can do. And we know Whoop is on Cyclone, so we can use that to our advantage when choosing whether or not to use our spell and trap cards. As I mentioned before, I do think Widespread Virulent is a much bigger deal on heavy metals than it is on invasion. And welcome, Sarah, to the chat. Essel going to mill nothing. But they are on a Genie's Fire Breath. Also, they are down 2 copies of Invasion. That is a great start. Unfortunately, they are able to put one back with a buyer. Heavy metal comes in. This is looking pretty close to lethal. Well, actually, they can only attack with the heavy metal. But they got a second one. I think we do widespread. Theoretically, if we draw the head, we would have rather taken both of the attacks. But that's a little bit more risky than I am willing to play. We do indeed find it. So let's max. We can activate the effect, mill a card, and boost based on the heavy metal. Then we will send, which one do we send? Probably the blue piece. And battle. Swing in. So, had we actually let the other heavy metal swing in, we could have won by inflicting an additional 3,300 damage. Fortunately, my opponent is down 2 copies of heavy metal, so outing the maximum should be difficult. Welcome, Tomato. Let's see if my opponent is able to find their final copy. But they are choosing to set and pass. We are running a copy of Stop Defense, which could come in and save us. Let's set a card and simply pass for now. They have, potentially, Widespread Ruin. King's Majesty is not online. Welcome, Nathan. So, unfortunately, there is only a single Stop Defense in the entire list. But I am also running 2 Torn of the Windweaver. Oh, but they are using Invasion. Wait, no. They are using, heavy metal. So, that is gonna be it. Welcome, Dragzen. I am doing all right. The new cards are mostly pretty good. I don't think there's a single bad deck out of all of the new options. Copy. Wait, no. I just need to set the character, and we can queue in. Travis says, that's the problem with the Yuga Max. Can't turn the monsters into attack mode. So, unfortunately, I would say IG Drago is the only one that does, but, thanks to the skill Hysteric Forces, the Harpy Maximum players are also able to do it. Alright, so, next up, we are going to be doing Thunder versus IG Drago. We have plenty of back row removal. However, I actually meant to switch these out with seal arrays. So, during this game, let's pay some attention and see if this is more or less valuable than having seal array. Okay, if Whoop opens with 3 back row, that might affect things. Let's Coil Fish, Blast Jaws, Trigger Drago, and we are going to be trying to pierce with it. The issue, they probably have the Widespread Ruin. Let's start here. And we hit it. Okay. That is the only one I actually cared about. So I'm going to save this one for later. Or maybe get them to use their own spell and trap removal on this. Meaning my Widespread Ruin and Shield and Sword will be safer later on. Tomato, I also have not played as much Harpies as I should have. So we'll do that one next. We're doing either best 2 out of 3 or just 2 games with each of these. So I'll switch over to Harpy after this matchup. But I think this format just has so many decks, it's almost impossible to know what actually is the best. We can look at the tournaments, but just like Tomato, there are decks I just have not played, so it makes it really hard to get an accurate feeling on them. And in order to fight all other 10 decks that somebody could be bringing, is a lot of time. Alright, so the Shoot Hydron is coming in. However, they only have 2 monsters in the graveyard, so they aren't able to actually buff it. And then we have Shield and Sword to swap all of these monsters to that 0 or 1 attack. Essel, we don't need it. We can just Coil or Fish, Destroyer, and bring in another monster. Let's use Lightning Trigger, debuff this one, and battle. And hopefully that is enough. As long as there's not a Phantom Bind, we are able to take a win. We do know that most people are on Tribute to the Doomed for decks that are running maximum monsters. However, all of the maximum monsters have 0 defense in non-max mode. And I think Shield and Sword might be a viable way to simply kill them before they even get to it. Okay. This time we have opened again. Shield and Sword. But I don't want to get hit by my Particle Accelerator. So, I think I give up the Duckbills and simply keep Shield and Sword in my hand. Let's pass turn and see what happens. Tomato, I completely agree. I think seeing some Dark Horse decks is actually fairly likely. There is a very wide field, and a lot of things are underdeveloped. We see Maximum Ragnarok. They have 2 different boss monsters. Or are they just bringing in the one? Alright, 1 Hydron. So, we are, of course, just hoping to find a boss monster. And we get there. Let's go ahead, use the Shield and Sword, and kill them. Blast Jaws, flip. Blast Jaws. Use its effect. We gotta put a Duckbill back in the deck. We buff the other Blast Jaws. Then we tribute. 1 and 2. And we activate Blast Jaws again. And this means we now have both Duckbills in the deck. Summon the Vorse Vader. And Lightning Trigger to reduce the dog to 0. And that is gonna be... Oh, sorry. Ow. Ow. That is going to be it. Okay. Rhythmic Gymnastics says, seen a few people running the Beyond Curiosity skill, and using 3 Hot to Shoot and Money. That sounds like a lot of tributes. If you have 3 of the Act to Shoot, 3 Money, and 3, Picotron, and 3 Heads, I feel like that is just a lot. Okay, let's set this. Change, yes. Wait, did I not change the deck? No, I did. Okay. Let's see how this works out for us. Drago says, manage to pull a Prismatic, Trigger Drago, and a Stormbolt. Yeah, just play Thunder. You have been chosen. For sure. And we have won the coin flip. However, with Go Cyclone, sometimes you actually want to go second. But maybe not in this case. Let's go ahead and set 3 and 4. Pass it over. Oh, so you're saying they're running no maximum pieces. That is interesting. Okay. Hold on, I need to actually pay attention. We are fighting an Overlord player, which means my trap cards are not going to be useful. And I probably need a second Talismanic Seal Array. They have the Torna, but they flip the one monster with more than 1,000 attack. So that is a decent start. They've milled a blue piece, but unfortunately they are getting it right back, thanks to the skill. Let's see what we draw. Okay, not bad. Let's bring in a couple of Faith Birds. And then Harpy's Pet Dragon. This monster may not seem strong enough to clear 7-Zone Magician. However, after summoning the Harpy Lady Sisters R, it will go up to 2,900. Then, Hysteric Force gives it an additional 700. We can throw this down and battle, defeating both of these monsters. We could have used Talismanic Seal Array, but it didn't present lethal. It is a maximum out, and we currently have enough life points that an Overlord doesn't actually kill us. So, I think keeping it should be good. Unless I'm just stupid. If I did it correctly, we should survive. There is only a 600 life point difference here. And we even have the Seal Array. 4,100. Okay. 55. We are completely fine. We take 3,400. But it is not over. Another Ghost Cyclone. Not quite what we wanted to see. For sure. I was really hoping for a 1 tribute Harpy. Let's bring in Kana. Harpy Lady. So this is 6 or 15, 16, 17, 18. So it is more damage to summon the pet dragon. Cyclone can go down. Let's use Seal Array. And we want to put back our maximum piece and the Harpies, I think. So that way we're going to be able to draw them. However, we are going to keep 2 in here for the middle Harpy piece. Let's use Hysteric Force. Boost this up to 2700. And now if this was a low level, we could have had it. Unfortunately, they are surviving on a hair. And both of our cards are simply Ghost Cyclones. Renegade, it has been back and forth. I got O2'd playing Overlord into Royal Rebels. Then I 2-0'd Overlord. No, I 2-0'd IG Drago with Thunder. And now we are on Overlord versus Harpies. They are looking for a 7-zone Magician to finish the game. What do I think about throwing a Thunder package into aggro? So, Ryga. That is actually something I am going to be playing today. At some point, if we have time. So they have the effect. If this is a 7's road, it's over. Oh. Or maybe they are able to just get there. With 600. Wait, that's 1,000. It is so close, but not good enough for me. I think they just barely have lethal. What an incredible series of events. Yeah, that game absolutely could have gone either way. But I like it. They had to use the skill, they had to use Mystic Dealer. They filtered into exactly what they needed. Okay, Renegade, I did see somebody else that was mentioning Seal of the Ancients, but I agree, it's probably just not quite good enough. Okay. So now we have Sword and Shield. But is that going to do anything for us? I think, we really would have preferred to go first here. Oh, we do have a Ghost Cyclone, so that helps. Maybe. Did we hit the widespread? No, but we hit something else that is still pretty good. Let me double check the ordering. They set first. Okay. So we need to attack the middle one. Let's change this up and beat it. We technically had more damage if we played the Pierce here, but I didn't do it for 2 reasons. First, there's a possibility that they do a slight debuff again, in which case Sword and Shield will potentially save Harpy's pet dragon. Additionally, if they have spell trap removal, I would rather them have a 50-50 rather than being able to get rid of it entirely. And third, keeping the Magnum Overloader player's life relatively high is useful. Fire Golem does sound like it could be pretty good. Okay, Torna and Torna. This is exactly what I mean. 50-50. All part of the plan. Wait, but no, this one has 1800. Darn, not part of the plan. That went almost exactly how I wanted it to go, but Valkyria was unfortunately a little bit too much. Welcome, Reaper. How you doing? So we need to clear the Valkyria first. We don't have any maximum pieces in the graveyard, which is why I set the Cyclone. Trick Pigeon can come out. And then Pet Dragon. And we could theoretically choose to summon the Harpy Lady for an extra little bit of damage. But I'm gonna go with the set to at least force the opponent to spend a card flipping it up. Magical Stream. But of course, my card isn't that important right now. Let's see what they do. Currently, they don't actually have a way to clear the pet dragon. However, Harpy Lady is going to be flipped up. What do they discard? Light Sorcerer. We know they have the headpiece. Okay. If they have the 7-Sword Magician, I'm pretty sure we just die. But if it's anything else... Oh, wait. Right. Pet Dragon. I always forget about the debuff. But it's actually a 3rd Torn of the Windweaver. I think we survive. Just barely. I don't know how we actually come back here unless we are going to draw all 3 Harpy pieces. Not quite good enough, huh? And with 3 Torn of the Windweavers on field, things are looking a little rough. So we can obviously use the reincarnation here if we want to. Maybe I actually should have. Instead of setting the widespread ruin, I could have brought out 2 pet dragons. No, I couldn't. I forgot I don't have one in my hand. Okay. So we add the dragon. And with 3 Tornas, there's no point in just setting it face down. Let's activate the skill. We buff up, and then we're not going to play the Faith Bird because doing so enables the opponent to flip it up and then beat it over, whereas they need to work a little bit harder on the pet dragon instead of just a light sorcerer and then 400. So let's battle. I probably shouldn't have even used Seahorse Carrier, and then I would have been able to have an empty hand. So, what are they going to do? Fortunately, we do have a 2500 defense monster, and a 7-Sword Magician is not enough here, as we do have the widespread ruin. We see that green is in the graveyard, so we know head is in the hand. But they have a light sorcerer, and the 2000 debuff is going to be more than enough. I just wasn't able to get enough monsters on a board. So had I set the Faith Bird, it wouldn't have mattered. The skills debuff proving quite powerful. Let's move on to aggro. If I can find it. Where is the Thunder aggro? I did build it. Maybe it is this one. Change active. Yes. Okay. So we have Talismanic Seal Array. Some others. We're good. Typing ASMR. Yeah, I have been told my keyboard is quite loud. So I apologize for it. So, if y'all haven't seen this variant yet, it is basically your normal aggro deck. I'm running a Phoenix Dragon just because I have so many high levels. But instead of Ancient Arise Dragon, you use Trigger Drago. It's a little bit less attack, but if you ever get the piercing effect off, you are in a really good spot. I have Seahorse Carrier, Duel, and Stormroot Destroyer to help fix hands. Our move. And we pull a turn 1 Essel. Can we mill a tribute monster? Unfortunately not. Okay. That said, I am still going to special summon. What I'd like to do is keep the Seahorse Carrier around for later. Let's go ahead, set a couple of cards. And see how it goes. Unfortunately, another Essel. I don't want the milling, so we're getting rid of that. I know it currently looks a lot like a normal Thunder deck, but it isn't. Though, from the levels, it can be hard to tell. Blitz Force. I might be able to duel after Whoop and I finish. We do have quite a few decks to get through. Piercing Samurai for the 1200, even when I kept a card in my hand. How rude. We are taking a ton of damage here. We have a Seal Array, but what are we going to be able to draw? We don't have any bosses in the graveyard. However, we do have Legend Draw. Let's see if this helps. Unfortunately. Oh wait, we do have a... Okay, hold on. This is looking pretty good. Let's bring out the 2 Kanons. Then, I think Barrel Dragon is next. After that, Seahorse Carrier. Then, effect again. Bring back Kanon. Kanon comes down, and then we Stormbolt, and we get a 1500 on the board. And we even have a Talismanic Seal Array, which could come in handy. Let's try Barrel. And we hit it, so that is gone. Then Stormbolt Destroyer. We revive a 1500. However, this is a 0 defense monster we are leaving on the board against Thunder. Definitely could come back to bite us. So, we can debuff by 800. So 800 damage, 2,000, 4,600 if we use the Seal Array. However, I don't think the Seal Array actually helps us. So we just battle. As we are able to just run over these normally. The big issue is a Trigger Drago ends the game, and they have 4 more. 2 Duckbills, 2 Trigger Dragos. Let's see what they draw. Maybe I shouldn't have even summoned this. Just swung with the two big monsters. We are on Legend Draw, which we used to get the Barrel Dragon earlier. So it's just a regular aggro deck. We could also consider life point gain. However, with maximum monsters in the meta, I thought having a searchable card that might be able to out them could be good. Will I be streaming the Rush Duel KC Cup? I would really like to. If I'm at all able to, I will, for sure. Alright, so unfortunately, they do have a Duckbill and a Piercing Samurai too. This is looking, pretty bad. Funnily enough, they did mill a second Trigger Drago and everything. Maybe I shouldn't have summoned this. But if I didn't, then would they have been able to clear any— No, I don't think so. Wait. I think I actually survived the turn. So, it's not over yet. Because this is only 2800 and they didn't have a card like Blast Draws to boost it higher, they will be able to deal 900 plus 12, which is not quite enough. And now we're going to be able to turn this game around. Our set cards are more than enough for me to find a game. I'm almost sure of it. Let's draw. Looking pretty good. Then Stormbolt, for sure. Bring out a new monster. And then Light Sorcerer. And then debuff. And now we drag Gias. We don't even need the Seal Array, as this is enough. We clear, they have under 2400, and that is a game. Aggro manages to turn it around, despite drawing 3 tribute monsters and a spell card on the final turn. All of the time, that would be a game-ending sentence. Yeah, exactly. Simply draw Dragias. Okay. Unfortunately, our Essel is not great here. So I could try to mill a Dragias for the Phoenix Dragon, but I am instead going to well, I could actually just summon this, take a little bit of damage, and maybe have the Duckbill for later. However, I think I want to protect my life, which means Duckbill is the one to go. I'll use the mill effect next turn, because I do still need to find a vanilla monster for any Stormbolt destroyers. Rega says, without Dragias, there may have been other lethal lines with Trigger Drago and Array. Entirely possible. Alright, it is a good thing I didn't use my Essel, as I'm forcing them to at least not get a boss monster. Let's see what they're able to bring out. I did keep 2 cards in my hand to turn off some of theirs. Stormbolt Destroyer is here, but not able to use the effect. we lose Phoenix Dragon. And we lose Duckbill. So we keep a 1400, but it doesn't do anything here. We definitely need to try to mill into a good card. Namely, a vanilla. Well, not that one. Okay. So if we Barrel Dragon, it's only a 50-50. Tricky Drago debuffs this. And then it can change the Voice Raider to defense mode. So I think that's the best play. Oh, wait. I am not on the lightning skill. So that play does not work at all. Very well. I will simply try swinging. But I think they have the widespread. They do, and it is what it is. Let's see what Whoop goes for. We probably shouldn't entirely die, but it's always possible. Something like a Piercing Samurai could do it. Yep, okay. So they summon it immediately. Keep in mind, even if I put it face up, the skill would have swapped it right back to defense mode. And wait, are we at 100 life? That is cool, but definitely not going to be enough. Let's bring in the Barrel Dragon, and we'll just see what happens. Alright, so we get the Destruction, which is neat, I suppose. And then let's Seal Array, get some more cards back into the deck. We would like to return these ones. All of our recursion cards. Force Raider does actually clear this, theoretically. But at that point, they would have had a boss anyway. So I don't think it really matters which monster we attack. Piercing Samurai would be a little bit more. Yeah, Piercing Samurai, I think, is a card that's been underrated in general. But it has a lot of value in this format in particular. Einzig. Also, this skill isn't a 1400 one. It's actually because it's level 4. Which I think is an interesting new way to do a skill requirement. So that's what I was saying. At 1900, the Force Raider would have been able to crash. But in order to use the skill, they need to summon a monster already capable of defeating the Barrel Dragon anyway. And Ludwig, I do think the Thunders are pretty strong. I agree with that. What else to try out? Oh, Disco Fever. Oh, how did Blitzforce get in the room? Okay. What did I miss? Isaac says, Fusing Samurai can be slotted into Harpies and buffed by the center sister. Wait, oh wait, so it's any monster. Okay, how come not people are using Dragonic Pressure? So if you're running Dragonic Resonance, I am actually running it. So I'll play it after this deck, actually. I do think Dragonic Pressure is a great card to out the opponent's maximum monsters, and in general, enable ways to push for game. I think people are trying out Talismanic Seal Array. But, Torna. But I think Pressure has a really good chance of continuing to be the better deck. There we go. That is what I was trying to say. Let's add this to hand. Tribute Summon. So, Blitz Force. I can probably play in a couple of hours if you're still around. Or if you join the Discord server, we can arrange a better time. Since I already had, like, this planned out for the day. Right, so Disco Fever coming in against a deck people might be saying is the best in the format. Royal Rebel. Clearly, we're off to a strong start, but we can't discount Whoop's ability to instantly wipe our board with cards like Royal Rebel's Invasion. Oh no, Ryga, I'm not sure if it's worth that many gems just for this card. But it definitely is good. However, you can run 2 copies if that's what you own. And if you play speed, I can see wanting to save the gems. Essel is also kind of deck dependent. I wouldn't run it in everything. We've probably just been seeing it a lot in decks that it is good in today. Okay, Triple Threat Thunder, but unfortunately, no spice here. Only 2 aqua monsters. Wait, that might actually be enough. No, I need the 3rd. And then I would have been able to kill. Unfortunate. Okay, so we set this down. Goat, this, and this. Unfortunately, I think if they get another boss monster, it is basically just game. Being able to attack over the 0 defense or 0 attack goat is very unfortunate. I set this as they aren't going to pierce, they're going to flip. So having high attack monsters is useful. That being said, changing these goats for more monsters that actually do damage might be the better play. The goats have been consistently pretty terrible. Alright, sorry Blitz Force that we weren't able to get today going. Welcome Alterius. I think, it's been fun for sure so far. Though I'm not sure if I could precisely tell you a lot of new developments. Let's bring in the Dion Keto. So I do think the aggro deck ended up doing pretty well. Shield and Sword has been a surprise hit. It resolved 2 or 3 times in 1 games. Let's flip you. Triple Threat Thunder, bring that down to 0. Now, if they don't have widespread, the game is over. but it is very likely that they do oh, they do not. Wow. It sounds like Whoop DM'd me and they said they had a better play that they overlooked. And John, Sylvia, exactly. Shield and Sword into the Royal Rebel deck is going to be very strong. And a lot of players are probably going to be using it. Oh, the trap as well. So the trap isn't quite as good. Sword and Shield. So Invasion is going to destroy all of the monsters on your board. So it's not able to trigger. And then Heavy Metal does not go to 0. They go to their buffed amount. So if Heavy Metal destroys your big monster, it does still what's the word? It'll keep the attack gain it gets from destroying your monster, which is often going to be enough to beat over something. Okay, so my opponent didn't have anything, which means it is time for the Torn of the Windweaver. Activate the effect. Let's ditch Kana. Flip this up. Feral Imp. Great choice. So, Feral Imp is a tech card that you might not be super familiar with seeing in the decks. What it does is it takes the place of the 1500 monster because it doesn't have 0 defense. And there aren't a ton of 1400 attack point monsters outside of this deck specifically. So you have a way to kind of shore up the Piercing Samurais a little bit in the Thunder matchup. I hit the Babysitter Goat third. So the face down card here could be a Ghost Cyclone, but it could also be a King's Majesty. Some players may have chosen not to attack the final monster at all, but I don't really mind too much. I'm at a safe 7,000 life points. So destroying my triple threat isn't a huge deal. And getting rid of it now means Widespread might be live later, or King's Majesty. Hell-Tuning Invasion, of course, going to flip the Curry Bot. Fortunately, even if they Heavy Metal, they are going to have to absorb Torna instead of Dianketo, which is exactly what we see here. I mean, it does still out both monsters, but it's not as bad as it could be. Here comes that. Okay. What do we draw? 2 Seal Arrays, which are technically live. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And with Force Raider on board, we can't use the Triple Threat Thunder. So, Seahorse Carrier. Wait, how low does this go? It does not lose 2,000. It loses 1,600. Okay, I should start with the Seal Array before I do anything stupid. Return this. Return this. Return this. And, Torna. Okay. Let's debuff this. 900. Then, we need to use Seahorse Carrier, so we are able to trigger our skill. Fashion of Faith is not a normal monster, so it would not count. But now, we are able to Disco Fever and boost both of our monsters to the point of clearing Heavy Metal. So even if their board is a Widespread Ruin King's Majesty, they are losing their monster. Let's start with this. It plays around a potential recital, should they be running it, by attacking with the weakest monster first. Oh, welcome, Jam Buds. Roa has been doing pretty well traditionally so far. We'll see if they are able to keep it up. Okay, so they do widespread, but we get in for some damage and have our own card to counter them on the return. And we have 3 sets, so a Genie's Fire Breath or Ghost Cyclone is unlikely to actually hit the thing. And here we go. We see a Heavy Metal. But they pass because they are too afraid of the change. But that makes sense. Okay. So this is going to look very stupid. But what we are going to do is normal summon Grace Princess Kana in attack mode and activate our skill. This allows us to buff all 3 of our monsters and make a lethal push. We have enough life points where this is okay to do. And remember, Invasion would be running through us anyway. It would destroy all of the monsters. Heavy Metal would be destroying these as well. So they are going to King's Majesty and survive with 100 life points. Can they turn this around? Notably, even if they do wipe our board, we do have a second Talismanic Seal Ray, which could help. Alright, digging. They get rid of Invasion. And then Genie's Fire Breath and a target the Widespread Ruin. But that still isn't realistically going to be enough. They get rid of another Invasion. They've discarded 2 copies. And summon the 3rd. What a turn. 2300 damage to the face. But if we draw a vanilla, we win. If we draw... Wait, actually, I'm pretty sure it just goes down to 4... Yeah, this game should be over. Disco Fever, showing its prowess against the one deck that it is designed to beat. Lower it, and that is game. So, what deck do we go to next? Oh, apparently we are in ads. Okay. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Okay, and I have returned. I tried to time this with when I knew Twitch was going to be playing ads, but I think I slightly mistimed it. What deck do I want to bring next? I don't think I have played IG Drago yet, so I'll do that. I'm telling him I'm gonna go ahead and bring IG Drago. Let's head into the duel. Alright, looks like they are playing Royal Rebels. Oh wait, I'm supposed to bring something. Hold on. What was I supposed to switch to? I know a chat member requested something. Oh, dragons. Okay, so we opened a ton of high-level monsters, but this is actually fine. We bring in 2 low levels and activate our maximum Ragnarok skill. Put this back on top and bring down both of these. So we have communicated over with Whoop, and we are going to use, or they are going to bring Resonance next. And I will play some maximum monsters. So the reason players might be wanting to bring Resonance to the festival again. What did I do? Oh, did I like not burn for 600? No. They didn't have any monsters. I do not know what I did wrong, Ludwig. Okay, but what I was saying is Pressure is able to destroy maximum monsters, which gives them a bit of a niche in the format, as having an in-engine out is something most other decks do not. You'll see a lot of players on cards like the Talismanic Seal Array, or need a bunch of other cards to do their removal. I mean, Pressure does require 3 discards, but it's not a specific combo. And unfortunately, this is where we just die immediately. Thanks to the Widespread Ruin, they are going up to 5k and immediately ending the game. I mean, we technically survive, but this is not looking great. Perhaps. No, we don't even have a Femtron. What did we get rid of last time? Also an R. That is unfortunate, but we need to do it again. Activate the skill. Ragnarok returns this to the top of the deck. And we select 1 and 2. And bring in 2 Attitude Hydrons. It is entirely possible Whoop does not find any more boss monsters. And then we get a turn to stabilize. Let's see if we can do it. Aftershoot Hydron plus 2 mills. Oh, right. Which means we're also milling the head. And we drew a second head as well. Looking kind of rough, but okay. Keep in mind, they are able to flip this up, so we are not going to be summoning it. Battle phase, let's see how it goes. Swing into the heavy metal. And a swing here. We could have dealt 1500. But that would not have been lethal. And it just opens me up to potential destructions that I don't think would otherwise be there. Though, I guess on this deck, it's not super likely. Maybe something like a Talismanic. Alright, are we running Piercing? No. what we need to do is find all 3 pieces of IG Drago. We do have some burn though, but we're not able to use it. Okay. Let's set recital. And then we can draw more cards with Hydron's effect. And we can set this as well, kind of drawing us into some protection, which is very nice. Let's go ahead and battle. So with Widespread Ruin, we are protected from a heavy metal or an invasion. And the recital can also work against heavy metal when we have 2 monsters on board. Seems to be working okay so far. We need to find a right side. Unfortunately, 2 of them are in the graveyard. So, we have 1 piece left, and a monster reincarnation that would be able to do it as well. 2 out of 11. I mean, I think we survived the turn. Heavy metal is of course coming in. Activating the effect. Popping. Setting a monster. But now we have our own Widespread Ruin. And we're going to try to just push in for game here. Maybe a recital was the better play though. Because now we lose to an invasion, whereas the recital would have been fine against either. Hydron's effect, let's draw a card. Femtron. I mean, I could bring in IG Drago, which would be not able to be destroyed by an invasion. Hold on. This is actually a pretty good play. Okay. 1, 2. Summon IG Drago the Sky Emperor. And the way we do it, we need to actually, keep 2 monsters on board. Otherwise, heavy metal would be able to destroy 1 and then win the game with the other. So this is the right move. Let's battle. We try to swing in with IG Drago, preventing any recitals. But unfortunately, they find Babysitter Goat just in time. And King's Majesty will keep them around for 1 more turn. We also have 2 heads in the graveyard. So we are going to need Monster Reincarnation if we want to maximum summon. Let's see what Whoop brings to the table. We are protected from Raigeki. And we are protected... Oh, but not if they have 2 Ghost Cyclones. Interesting. We went for game, and now they're going to be able to finish it. If they have a heavy metal. 1, 2... All 3 heavy metals are in the graveyard. I think we might have won. We may have been able to exhaust all of their boss monsters. Invasion is unable to destroy the head and will only be dealing 300 damage. Meaning we have a chance to turn around with Sigrid State's Soul. Can we do this? What do we draw? 2 more IG Drago pieces. Okay. Well, we can summon this for sure. And then activate Ragnarok. We return the other copy to the top of the deck. And we choose both of these monsters. Then we summon this for 2 tributes for just 1 tribute. did they have the cards to actually summon the Shadow Buyer? They used all of their monsters. Sigger State. We reveal 2 monsters in our hand. For 600 damage, bringing them down to 2400. So, we have seen Widespread Ruin and King's Majesty, which means I think we actually just go for game. This is a lethal push, and even if they have Recital, we can push through that. Somehow, we turn that around. Okay, so I think 1 second, I need to sneeze, but I am going to turn off the mic. Okay, so we are back, and Whoop is going to be showing off some Dragonic Resonance against IG Drago. Dragonic Pressure is able to clear the Sky Emperor after it's been maximum summoned. With 4000 attack, most monsters can't beat it, and with immunity to traps, destruction spells are quite useful. Let's get into the game. Okay, so they are up first. They're probably just going to set some monsters, but if they play anything in attack mode, we do have 2 high-level monsters that we can bring in with our skill. And since we have another copy of the head anyway, drawn for turn, we don't mind summoning the first one. Let's return this to the deck. 1, 2, and we bring in a few monsters. Treat it as 2, of course, and then we do it again. And we can get through 2 copies. So, the biggest potential change to this deck is that previously players were running the Sports Dragon package even after the Limit 3 change. Some players might not be using Pressure though. They might instead choose to run Talismanic Seal Array, and when they do, they tend to put in Dragias, taking out the Sports Dragons entirely. Going for a huge beatdown. Oh, okay. I guess they must have bricked. I'm sure they'll tell me. Yeah, okay, so they drew Pressure. So they had a bunch of high-level dragon monsters in hand, but they did actually have Dragonic Pressure. So they weren't entirely out of the game, but would rather try again. We are up first. And And I mean, we have drawn a very powerful card. So we'll see how it goes for us. Let's just set a bunch of cards face down and pass. Alright, so we're going to still play 2 more games. We've been playing 2 of every matchup, but with the quick concession, we're going to do 3 of this one. Welcome. Marok, how are you doing today? So we see a new card, Sports Dragon Striker. It isn't a resonance trigger on its own. However, with the other new card, Dragon Merchant, Striker can be buffed up to 1500, then allowing you to use resonance to buff it even further. Unfortunately, we are playing Dragonic Resonance, and that means Widespread Ruin is going to do absolutely nothing in the face of Dragonic Slayer. And now, we're still not safe. If we don't find a way to out this entire board, they are going to have the ability to attack 4 or more times next turn. So, what do we do? I think, we are trying to bring in these 2 Hydrons. And that means summoning out the 2 low-level monsters that we do have. And Monster Reincarnation is going to go to the bottom of the deck. You might choose to put it on top to get more consistent maximum pieces later on, but I don't want to brick on spell and trap cards, especially against a deck that has built-in removal. So instead, I actually could have put it on top so we would mill it specifically. That could be an interesting play, because I don't want the reincarnation, but Hydron would have gotten rid of it for me. That said, the advantage of this play is that we're filling up the grave with monsters, leading to potentially more damage with the Hydrons. So, we could be greedy and swing in for another 2000 damage, leaving the Slayer alive. But I'm going to play it principled and attack this Slayer. So an extra 1300 would have put them at 17, allowing the 3rd Hydron to potentially finish the game whenever we find it. We are down 2 copies of the right side of IG Drago, and Monster Reincarnation is not going to be seen. We already know it's the very last card in the deck. So, we are not going to be summoning IG Drago this game, almost certainly. So, they're probably thinking about whether or not to use Triad Drago. If they pop the Resonance now, they can boost Twin Edge Dragon and Dragorite, draw a card, and then tribute off whichever one they aren't planning on using. However, they need to also wait until after they summon Slayer if they want to actually clear my monster. They switch to defense mode. And let's see what they do. Only outing 1 Hydron is great news for me. But is that face down card Dragonic Pressure? Or is it Widespread Ruin? This could change the course of the game. We are not running any copies of Spell Trap removal in this. Specifically so that I am able to, because I don't need it with the IG Drago. It's immune to all of the trap cards. We currently have 8 monsters in the graveyard. So Hydron first. And then we get to draw a card. And we draw another head. Let's activate the skill. Maximum Ragnarok. This card will be returned to the bottom of the deck. And we will just select Slayer and one of my dogs. We bring in the Sigurd for 2 tributes, and we get to burn for 600 damage. While also showing my opponent that I have 2 of the 3 maximum pieces to strike some fear into them. Let's swing here. Of course, Widespread Ruin is coming in, but that's okay. We clear the board, and pass it over. There is one copy of the right side in the deck. Will we be able to find it? We get 3 draws, and we know the bottom 2 cards of our deck are Monster Reincarnation and another copy of the head. So 3 out of 12, or 1 out of 12, but we get it 3 times. Decent shot. Dragius coming in, but it is a lone Dragius. Using the head, I think we win. As long as we draw another little monster, we are good to go. Okay. So we could maximum summon, but it's funnier if we don't. I'm going to summon the left and the right. Activate the skill. We return one of these to the bottom. And then we lower you and you. Treat it as 2 tributes. And then we get in 4 game. Einzig says, Gorz could activate turn into a legend card if they rechain him. Send some cards from the deck, then summon a normal monster from the graveyard. But it would be a specific normal monster. How does that work with Rush not having hand traps? So there's nothing that activates from the hand yet. We don't even have like a Karibo. And I don't think anything activates from the graveyard either. So the battle damage special summon effect would need to be retrained too. So Whoop has gone AFK for a minute. So let me choose what I'm going to be playing next. I think it'll be my turn for Resonance. Change active character. Yes. And then, since he is gone, we are going to do a quick ad break, since there's not going to be any content happening anyway. Or water break. I did run out of water. I'm going to go get some more, do some stretching. If you need to use the bathroom or get a snack, now is the time. We will be right back. And we are back. So I'm gonna try out Resonance here, and Whoop is bringing in a Harpy deck that they found from a Japanese player. So I'm talking about Gores as a legend. I do agree with the idea of there being a trap card that special summons him from the graveyard. That would definitely be a pretty good way to do it. Let me make sure. So Twitch for some reason says I am offline. But okay, I just need to refresh. We're good to go. So while we're waiting, let's talk about my resonance list. We can turn this off, and then you can see I'm running 3 Dragonic Slayer. Pretty obvious inclusion. However, I've swapped out the Bunker Strike for a Dragius in an attempt to try to just be a little bit more aggressive and end games before I even need to use Dragonic Pressure or that they're able to find maximum monsters. All of the decks have been trying to stall lately, so Dragius is a good counter to them. We are on only 2 Gravity Pest Dragons instead of 3. And this may not seem like a lot of ways to trigger the skill, but with Sports Dragon Striker, we can use Dragon Merchant to boost it to 1800. And then it'll be an Earth Effect monster with 1500 or more attack, meaning we can then boost it again. Additionally, Dragon Merchant has some synergy with Twin-Edged Dragon, as being able to attack twice with a 2000 attack point monster is clearly quite good. Whether or not it actually ends up working out is yet to be seen. We do know that both Dragon Merchant and Twin-Edged Dragon require us to discard a card, and it's pretty rare to have that many extra cards lying around. Twin-Edged Dragon, Dragon Merchant, and the 2 discards would already be 4 cards. So then how are you actually going to trigger the skill? It only works when you already have a pretty big advantage and just need to clear through random boards, I think. If anyone has any questions about any of the decks we've been using, feel free to post them, and I'll do my best to respond. Okay, so this is not a great opening hand. We see the Dragon Merchant, but we're almost definitely not going to be able to use the effect. We do have Gravity Pest and Twin Edge though. Absolutely not going to play pressure here. But we will bring out a board of monsters. 3 1500 guys is going to be good enough to clear through whatever they have set. So it could have been a lot worse. Let's just swing in there and get rid of their monsters. Going second, actually paying off, as Essel is not going to be giving them advantage. Though their face down card could be a Ghost Cyclone, and losing my pressure kind of sucks. Shield and Sword sucks even more. This deck is filled to the brim with monsters with mediocre defense stats. 0, 0, 1,000, 0, 500, 200, 0. Definitely in a lot of danger here. So, if you guys are going to take anything away from the stream, let it be this. Sword and Shield is very good. Maximum decks are rarely summoning the maximum monsters, even in our test games. And all of that just kind of means Shield and Sword could be better than Tribute to the Doomed. Oh, are they running the pigeons? That seems like a bad play. Oh, okay, it's widespread. Much better. Welcome, Voltalon. It has been going pretty well. So, we've been testing out a ton of different decks, just doing a couple games to get a quick feel. And things that I've concluded so far. If the Rush Festival is a Royal Rebel, like, exclusive field, Bubble Era should be pretty good into it. Being able to heal, plus running cards like Recital and Widespread Ruin, are able to prevent you from dying to the Raigeki 2300 boards. And then you can run blowout cards like Jojo Thunder to hit them for even more than they hit you. You also have a lot of ways to generate the advantage with, like Seahorse Carrier, and push for even more damage with Talismanic Solarity, recycling the boss monsters. And with Shield and Sword and Triple Threat Thunder, you can actually manage on no high-level monsters. So you don't need to run a ton, which means you don't brick very much. As if they have a lone heavy metal or invasion on the field, you can just use Disco Fever to boost all of your guys up, debuff the opponent with Shield and Sword, Triple Threat Thunder, or Talismanic Steel Array, and then just kind of walk over them. And leaving the board with a bunch of low attack or mid attack monsters is not as much of a threat when they do it. However, I have been playing Bubble Era on ladder, and when there is a wider variety of cards and decks, I think it's going to underperform. So it's something I'm going to keep in the back pocket if Royal Rebels is like Resonance in the first festival, where it's half the games you're playing. Additionally, I am not running it in here, but I do think Shield and Sword is better than Tribute to the Doomed. It has won every single game immediately when it's been activated so far, regardless of the matchup. Cyber stacks, very low. Royal Rebels, 0. This thing, 0. Harpy maximums, 0. You're much more likely for it to have a Harpy Lady player with a 0 defense monster on board than you are to have a Harpy player with a maximum monster. So Shield and Sword provides more value than Tribute to the Doomed, or at least an equal amount, since destroying the monster and putting it to 0 can be fairly equivalent. But when you have multiple monsters on the board, it becomes much better. Cyrus Fields especially love to end on 2 or 3 monsters, all with 100 defense. Oh, I saw them tribute, but I was talking and didn't notice where it went. So, other than that, what have we... So, realistically, I don't think there's really any chance I bring Rebels to the festival. I think Bubble Era is really good against it. I think anything with Shield and Sword can kind of equalize the matchup. I think Thunder is going to really roll it over. Realistically, either Thunder or Thunder aggro with like Barrel Dragon and Dragius are the decks that I think are best. I need to pressure here. So let's just toss these. Fiend is such a strange deck. It's very strong and also kind of weak. I agree. I will say it's kind of annoying going on YouTube and seeing people be like tier 0 when it's very clearly not that. Okay, so also Resonance has been getting my Resonance list is getting clapped. Maybe I need Shield and Sword or something else going on in here. But for now, I actually haven't played Rebels yet today. Oh, here's another one I wanted to try. So, Solarity. Another deck that has potential legs in the format. The 1/3 Seal Array Resonance list. So I haven't done it yet, just because I feel like generating advantage should be so important. But with 3 Dragius and 3 Seal Array, I do see how they plan to just kill them instead of needing the pressure. And maximum monsters don't come into play a ton. Though I think even then, I might try it with Grouty Presses. But I see what they're going for. I do need to try it myself. So, Solarity. A lot of monsters with 0 defense. We can change this to defense. We have Piercing Samurai, just like Thunder. Against Royal Rebel, Yami Ruler is actually going to be quite good. The opponents are no longer running Royal Rebel Growl. And all 6 of their boss monsters just kind of sit in their hand doing nothing. Unless they have like exactly Tribute to the Doom to out Yami Ruler. And then Fiend monsters, some players are on Feral Imp, but a lot of players are not. And just swinging over with Kime Rulers and piercing with Samurais should be good. So, Volt, I know I actually trust your opinion on decks. Have you tried the Thunder aggro? So, where you just use like Dragius and other high roll cards instead of the skill. Initially the Hammer Crush Deal aggro was running Ancient Arise, but Trigger Drago is only 200 less attack, and I feel like it should be good. Just as you get like the extra recursion from the Thunder engine. What do I do? I can keep the carrier. I probably don't need to though. If I'm locking them, do I need Seahorse Carrier? I don't think so. So then which of these do I keep? Well, I mean, I could tribute and then add this and then have all 3. You know what? Okay. This is probably kind of silly, but the idea is I'm fighting Royal Rebel. They are going to be locked out of their boss monsters. So if we do this, we have a chance to clear through some of the weaker monsters. Stuff like a Shadow Buyer or whatnot. But we hit a goat. Okay. And a curry bot. Okay. This could be worse. Against any deck that is not Royal Rebels, I would not have done this play. But even, I think this is bait. Swinging in with cards like this should be bad for them. Because it means I'm going to hit them back for more. Yami Ruler is right here for 1300 damage. And I'm still above 5. Okay, wait, Volt says, it's the deck I've been workshopping the most. Okay. We need to link up and talk about that. So we can find, I'm really interested in seeing what you're on. Riv says, dropping the Sports Dragons is better for this meta. Slayer popping back row doesn't feel as impactful. Okay, we have another Yami Ruler. Oh, would you look at this? Seraph of Darkness. Activate effect. Change this to attack mode. Bring in Kana. 1, 2. We have widespread. So the question is, do I lock them again? Or do I just go in for a bunch of damage? I think I am going to lock and then switch this one to attack and Masaki. So the plan is I do not attack this first, but rather second. Which means I need to attack with this first in case it's widespread ruin. Okay. And then they can't King's Majesty because I didn't destroy the goat yet. And then we pass here. We have 2 Yami Rulers on board. We have debuffing. We have widespread. They do not have widespread. Which means, they might have King's Majesty, but they are going for the defense mode plays. And now I'm able to draw into cards like Kime Ruler to try to finish the game. Did you set another one? Unfortunately, they aren't bricking very hard. We'll throw this down. We unfortunately were not able to get the goat into the graveyard. But at this point, we go into attack mode and we start swinging. Alright, so they do have King's Majesty or widespread, and they are holding it. Knowing that they're going to blow up the board with invasion and do not need to actually bring in the widespread ruin when they can keep it safe for later. Cyclone is fine. They're not drawing a card, so it's not a huge deal. They do manage to snipe the widespread, but Riv says Thunder worst new deck. Yeah, I could leave him at 1 monster. I have taken a little bit of damage, and we're pretty sure he has something. So Whoop is running a split of Cyclone. Oh, so the issue here, of course, is that the Babysitter Goat is going to die. I didn't draw any boss monsters, so I'm not able to Seraph of Darkness. So I did need to leave a monster on board to prevent the widespread, or to prevent the Ghost Cyclone, for sure. I still lose to another boss monster either way. Wait, I could have used the Seal Ray. Would that have been a game? No. Yeah, and if they flip the goat up to attack, well, if they draw heavy metal, I die. If they draw invasion, maybe the goat saves me. But probably not. So if I had sealed a raid, that would go down to 900. I only had 34 anyway. so it wouldn't have been game, and they have a trap card. But Viv is correct. I was punished for clearing the board. Very common misplay, and I make it as well. They did also land a 1 and 3 to hit it, but 0% is a lot better than 33. Like I said, they had heavy metal. They would have won regardless of what I set, I think. Because they could use the effect to pop something. So I actually lost against the Royal Rebel deck. And then I guess I should probably play Rebel at some point myself. We have not gotten there yet today. I've been playing a lot of other things. Let's see. I mean, the Yami rulers did their job, I think. But Whoop never ended up breaking, because there are only 6 high-level monsters in the deck. They're able to pretty efficiently not brick on them. Even with multiple turns of delay directive stacking together. But yeah, I agree with Matt. I think some variant of Thunder is probably what I'll play. Whether it's aggro or with the skill. So my opponent sets 3. And we whiff on 4 unsummonables. It happens. We're on 6 bosses and 6 spell traps. Alright, they get the invasion effect. Luckily this time, they have monsters on board. So they have milled a babysitter goat. However, they also milled the King's Majesty. Heavy metal is going to absorb, of course. They throw down a card, and I am going to widespread ruin. I do not need to take 3,700. Theoretically, I could have kept it for even later. But I'm good, I think. So, Yami Ruler does seem good here since I'm still bricking. Unfortunately, we're just gonna have to try to delay it another turn. I could get in for 1,500, but with us drawing so many of our spells and traps early, I think I'd rather get Whoop to play other stuff in defense mode, and then I'll just use the Kime Ruler next turn to make a play. So Riv. This is not that different from the ratios people were running last format. Just pretend that these are 3 copies of Dark Ruler Battle Slash, and it's about the same. However, I do think Seal Array is not worse, but the reason we were running a 6-6 split was to get a turn 1 Yami Ruler with back row protection, which the Seal Array does not provide. Okay. Seal Array, Babysitter Goat, and Kana. Let's bring in the Kime Ruler and just start swinging, I think. Or we could choose to summon another Yami Ruler. But no, I think I'm good with this board. Okay. Activate effect. Do we even switches to attack? Let me read their skill. it doesn't only change face down, right? Health tuning invasion. All monsters become attack position. So what I was initially planning on doing but then forgot to do was actually leave the babysitter goat in attack mode. So that way, if they summon a heavy metal, they'd be destroying a monster with 0 attack and not be able to clear my monsters. Unfortunately, I messed it up at the last minute because I got distracted and missequenced. Let's just try the direct attack. Okay, we get in. Maybe we can clear a shadow buyer. No, it's a goat. Fortunately, that's fine. Majesty is already gone. I guess I could have played the Seahorse Carrier just so that heavy metal absorbs a 700. Though against invasion, having this later would be better. So it's a toss-up. I think babysitter goat in attack was the right play. I just didn't finish it off. Yami Ruler should be good against rebels and cybers in theory. That is what we are here to find out. Whether or not it is able to stand up to it. We are currently 0-1. But then the other question is, even if this deck is good against Rebel, is it worth running this over Thunder, who is also going to be good against Rebel? It's hard to say. We see a Shadow Buyer, which is only able to bring itself up to level 6. Because I already used the skill. So it's not going to be able to attack this turn. But it looks like they're probably tripping it off for an invasion. No. Heavy metal it is. Okay. And this is where you can see Babysitter Goat would have been fantastic. Just sitting there in attack mode. But I messed it up. Let's see what we can do. Majesty is nice. We do have a goat set up already. Let's Seahorse Carrier. Effect, add you. And then Kana doesn't work the same way Goat does because it has 200 attack. So we tribute off. Yami Ruler. Then Seraph of Darkness. Set a card. I could Solarity. Change that into defense mode. And that seems pretty good to me. Okay. Dark Arts of Solarity. Target this. And then since I have the Majesty, I don't feel the need to do anything else. I don't need to delay directive, because I'm clearing the heavy metal and the Shadow Buyer, preventing Ghost Cyclone from destroying the Majesty, keeping me safe from their next turn. Hopefully. And then the idea is they bring in their next boss monster, and Solarity finishes the game with the 1600 debuff. Or, yeah, 16. Health Tuning Invasion coming in. Do they have Shadow Buyers? Not yet. They did discard a Ghost Cyclone, so it did pay off a little bit, potentially. Here comes Invasion. Invasion's effect. Blow this up. And they have back row. That's the scary part. For sure. I think I'll use the effect here. I could save it for when I have a monster on board, but I am afraid of a Fire Breath. Yeah, that's the issue. Seal array. We need to put back all of these boss monsters. Maybe I should have used this last turn just to get them back in the deck. Masaki. Seraph. I mean, I could play the babysitter goat here, but without the boss monster, it's not as cool. I could just do another Seraph. And then there's a chance I have a babysitter goat set, so we're gonna sequence like this. Oh, it was only a curry bot. I miss out on a little bit of damage. But Whoop is down to just 1100, which means this game actually isn't over yet. Let's see how it goes. We now have all 6 of our boss monsters in the 15 card deck. Plus, with Seahorse Carrier around, as long as we survive the turn, we are still pretty close to being able to finish this. They set a bunch of cards. This is where Kime Ruler can win the game if they don't have the trap. But a Widespread Ruin is pretty likely, with only 6 cards left in the deck. How many bosses have they gone through? 1 heavy metal, 2 heavy metal, 1 invasion. Let's go 1 and 2. Activate effect. Oh, we milled the other Kime Ruler. Still, we are going to try to swing in for game. And it works. The set card was a bluff. And I think that makes it 1-1. This game has been long, but we managed to even it out. What deck am I going to be playing on the Rush Festival? That is part of what we're trying to figure out today. So far, I think Thunder is in the lead. Though if the festival is overrun by Royal Rebel, I might bring Bubble Era. Just because it has so many ways to play against the Rebel deck specifically. I don't think Bubble Era is nearly as good against any other deck, but for countering the Rebels, they should do a pretty good job. Let me make sure. Oh, Miss Lethal. Is teacher. Oh, message request. Apparently, I have message requests on. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so we're gonna finish this best of 3 and then call it a day with Whoop. Blitz Force. If you are around, now I can play with you. We'll probably open up a duel room after this. And then Voltalon. I need to send you my list as well. So we can compare notes. But as for the current game in front of us, we have a bunch of monsters going to attack mode, of course, but invasion would clear them, so it doesn't matter what's set. And if it's heavy metal, having the 200 monster on board will minimize the damage. Yeah, so Alterios. Royal Rebel is a deck that tends to put out a lone boss monster and maybe like a back row or another card next to it. Or, you know, sometimes they'll just draw 2 high levels. So you can heal, which means the invasions aren't as threatening to lethal. You have Triple Threat Thunder to turn their boss to 0. You have Shield and Sword to turn their boss to 0. And you have Disco Fever, allowing you to beat those 0 attack point bosses without you needing to draw high level monsters. So overall, it just does a lot. So we're setting this, summon this, summon this. Yeah, I think we want a full field. Okay. Activate Carrier. We'll take the better one. Tribute. And then send this to defense mode with the skill. Also, Bubble Era has been buffed by the new box. Talismanic Seal Array, being able to put the Dion Ketos back in the deck is pretty important. Make sure we don't use Kime Ruler's effect, otherwise the Aquas aren't able to attack. With only one level 7 Aqua boss monster, players were basically forced to run Monster Reincarnation or risk just not being able to find Dion Keto when they wanted. With Talismanic Seal Array, you get those mid-game shuffle backs, and then are able to continue using your boss monster. And Shuffling Seahorse Carrier is also pretty good. When is the Rush Festival? I believe it starts soon, but stage 2 shouldn't be for a week or 2. Okay, so my opponent has set a lone monster and 2 back row. I mean, we just kill them. Troop to the Doomed. Ditch you. Destroy this. Now, unless I have both Widespread Ruin and King's Majesty, we win. So let's just head into battle. And they only had one or the other. So Solarity did manage to win the 2 out of 3 against Rebels. Let me check this. Okay. I believe Whoop said they were done for today. But I still have some energy if other people would like to play. Oh, one more? Okay. They want to do one more. They have requested specifically not Royal Rebel, which means I'm going to try my aggro deck again. Since I also do want to send it over to Volt. Not this one. No. That is the wrong one, for sure. Where is it? I know I put it earlier. But if it's not this one, is it the Yuga one? Okay. We'll do this one more time. And then snapshot. Snipping tool. Obtain. Grab this. Okay. And then let's queue into the game. Oh, thank you, Michael, for the follow. Oh. Queue in here. And challenge. hydrate. Okay, I will go grab water and be back before my turn is up. I'm sure you all can probably hear the water bottle. Okay. Looks like I am up first. And that is a hand. Okay. Let's see if that's good enough. And I missed some comments. Okay, so Michael, after this game, I am gonna remake the duel room with some extra slots in it. And I will toss you a room code. And we could definitely get some duels in. They set fort and pass. They didn't even reveal the skill. But, I think, Overlord is a safe bet. Unfortunately, they have a 1 card in hand, so no piercing. Let's bring you in. Duckbill. This. Trigger Drago. Regimes. Oh. I actually have not been stretching. My posture is awful. Let me think. Okay. Stormbolt Destroyer definitely going in on the 1500. I think I may have made those point things a little too low. Okay, so Trailblazing Thunderbolt. Oh, ow. I stretched a little too hard there. I could pop a Widespread Ruin, but I'm in such an early phase of the game, I don't even care if I get hit by it. I'd rather save it for later. Now, there could be a Ghost Cyclone, but I am willing to play into it since I think they'd rather be running Magical Stream instead in this deck. Have I unlocked now? For sure. I've actually got him in all the way up to nearly level 30, I think. Alright, so we see the blue piece. We need to keep track of which ones we've seen as the game goes on. Sons of Magician, flipping up. But of course we have Widespread, and they set a new card. So this is why I did not use the Thunderbolt. You can see, we know they didn't use Widespread Ruin last turn, and now they set 1 new card, which means we are going to swing into the 1 new card. And it's much more likely to be the Widespread Ruin. It's only a stop defense. That's okay. 2800, 2800. Is this just lethal on board? I think so, but I'm going to bring these in anyway, just to be double sure. Okay. Battle, and we swing. So, I know someone in here was talking about not being able to out a Drago with Thunder. So, as long as you're able to find Trigger Drago plus any debuff, you can do it. So, I would say make sure you're on your Blast Jaws, maybe run a Seal Array or 2. And consider even Thunder the Thunder or Light Sorcerer if you have the extra slot. So let me just wrap things up with Woot for a second. And then I'm gonna leave this room, make a new one, and then after drinking the water, I kind of need to go to the bathroom. So we'll probably do a quick break after I get the room up, give you guys a couple of minutes to join in. And we will do a viewer duel room. Let's go with create room. Speed type, rush. Casual, room capacity. No reason not to have it as big as possible. No entry conditions, but we are playing with the ban list. Spectators, sure. Replays, this is all good. And then room code, dual room info, 619975. So the way my dual rooms usually work is I just will go in order of anyone who has joined. So I'll give you all a couple of minutes to do that while I get some more water, etc. Let's go. Oh, whoops, wrong screen. And we are back. Viv says, time to cook with the Yami Ruler. Sounds like a plan. I think I'm going to start with this deck. Been using it already, so might as well keep it up. Altair says, ask your opinion on Ace Breakers. That is the one deck I have forgotten to try during today's testing session. My gut feeling is that it is pretty okay. The thing that I would be concerned about is that I would not actually be running Thunderspark. For some reason, the duel didn't start, but maybe this will work now. Okay. And then I should respond to Volt. So they're bringing in a turn 1 Dion Keto. That's actually pretty interesting. You don't often see people summoning the boss monsters on turn 1. But maybe they have something they need to discard. Okay, so they have the Fashion of Faith and got to draw into another back row. Quite a good start. However, I have Essel, and going second means I get to special summon an extra monster after milling my Widespread Ruin, of course. That said, it's not too bad. I will bring in Stormbolt Destroyer. Then I can summon Angler Coilfish and bring in Barrel Dragon as well. This allows me to keep both Seahorse Carriers in my hand, though I guess I actually didn't want to do that. We whiffed the coin flip, and since I don't have any Aquas, having this might not actually be useful. Let's try swinging in to the Fashion of Faith. They do have a trap. And if they're not activating it, that does make me think it's something like a barrier where my Barrel Dragon isn't going to be good enough. So I have to pass. Since I whiffed and we know they have a trap. Alright, we see them. Oh, they are on Cure Master rather than Disco Fever. That is actually pretty good for us, as Barrel Dragon's 2600 becomes much more relevant. They might have a trouble clearing our number. Okay, Red Medicine is not a card I was expecting. But with Cure Master in effect, they can be running any boss monster they want. What is and Michael has the Triple Threat Thunder to clear the Barrel Dragon. That's a disaster. But they don't clear the Stormbolt Destroyer because these monsters are not strong enough to clear the others. Okay. We draw for turn. We get a Seal Array, which we are not activating at all. I think we just... Maybe we just Coiler Fish. No, let's throw out a Carrier and just set up for later. Battle Phase, we'll ignore the Neon Keto and swing in with what we can. Inflict a couple thousand damage and kind of wait until we draw another boss monster. Pass turn. Michael is in a pretty good spot. They already have 1,000 damage on board. They're going to be able to heal even further. Who knows what we'll do. Okay, hydration, clearing the Seal Array. And Michael is above 7,000 life points again. What are we going to do? Dragius seems like it should be pretty nice. However, if I still think they have a trap card, I don't know if it helps. I want to save this for later, which means summoning the Coiler Fish. Dragius can come out. 1 and 2. And then I think we just set the Seahorse Carrier again. Let's mill. Wait, okay. Phoenix Dragon. That was a fantastic card to mill. We're now able to have 2 Dragias, and after debuffing the Dionketo, even if they have a barrier for one of the Dragias, we are able to make a push. Hold on. My posture is terrible. Okay, here we go. Dragias number 2 and battle. Of course, we start by attacking the less threatening monsters. And then we want to play around with Seidel, so we'll attack with this one second. That way it's guaranteed to get its second attack in. What do they have? It's Phantom Bind. Interesting. If that's all, if it was only a Phantom Bind the whole time, nope, there is indeed a barrier. So I was right to play around it. Luckily, Dragius comes in here and cleans up. Plus 1200. And now it's become a little bit equal. So going back over to the chat, Riv saying, I'm not sure if I should play Dragons or Yami Ruler. Are you saying for the duel room or like in the actual festival? Oh, a shield and sword is huge here. Having a 0 defense monster on the board. Wait. They could have played the Kana before the shield and sword to push in for a little bit more damage. But as it is, if they don't have a boss monster, leaving this kind of stuff in attack mode should be pretty disastrous. We have a Censored Duck Duel. Let's use the effect. Ditch this. Grab a Stormbolt. And we've been doing this in the entirely wrong order, by the way. We should have tried to mill a Trigger Drago, which we just did. Because that's what I was trying to get back with the Duckbill. I got a little bit distracted. We are running out of cards in deck, so Stormbolt Destroyer's effect. Let's revive. And battle. We know the card they added back was, let me find it. It's a bubbly elf face down. So we are able to just swing over it. And then Dragius can finish the game. Thank you for the game, Michael. Feel free to stick around and we will do more duels. But I do want to get to anyone else who has also joined the room. I see Not Me is here. But surprisingly few people queued up for having 6 members in the room. Alteris asks, is the Thunder package better than Aqua Engine for Legend and Hammer Shot? Okay, so I think this was talking about aggro. So Hammer Crush has a couple of synergies, and that it's able to get your cards in the graveyard to trigger the Beast and Aqua Engines. I think for sure you should be on Trigger Drago if you're running, if you're not running Lightning Trigger. If this is aggro, Dragius should be paired with Thunder Drago or Trigger Drago rather than Ancient Arise Dragon. The question is, how good is Stormbolt Destroyer, and how good are all of these vanillas over something like the Beast Engine? That is what we have been testing. Voltalon is running Beast without Stormbolt Destroyer. I'm definitely going to go down to 1, I think. Interesting hand. Not Me has kept a card in hand, which means we need to do the same thing in case they are also a Thunder player. And the card we're going to keep is, of course, going to be Censored Duckbill, allowing us to use the Trigger Drago on a future turn. Let's mill 1. And Dragius is now set up for a Phoenix Dragon play. They might be Harpies, but we'll find out as soon as we attack. They are on Thunder. Okay, but they are running Royal Rebel Shout, so if they discard the Duckbill, and then summon a boss. Angular Coilfish is going to defense mode, and a Trigger Drago may be piercing for 2,800 damage. We will see how it goes. And they immediately hit me with the Royal Rebel Shout. But they did discard Shield and Sword, which seems incorrect. You could have just used Shield and Sword, and you would have been in a better position. Since this would be at 0 anyway. Maybe they didn't have another way to out the Trigger Drago. Yeah, because this would have been 0 and 1,500. I guess it's kind of similar. I don't know. Oh wait, I can grab the Barrel Dragon. And maybe turn things around. Oh no, we only drew a single low-level monster. And that is probably going to be good enough to end the game. That is rough. On the plus side, at least we're not getting pierced. But, even though Stormbolt Destroyer is able to generate advantage, it only does it if you already have 2 low-level monsters in your hand. And that is definitely going to be game. Nice work with the Thunder Sweep. Looks like Bendy and Stardust are already playing each other, which means, oh wait, there might have been another person there. 1 second. No, okay. Oh, more water. Got it. Okay. I have not played nearly enough Harpies, so we're gonna change over to this and see how it goes. Oh, but the two of them are playing as well, so I'll just wait for anyone who happens to be free. Who else is in the room? I see we are missing one player. Oh, Illuminate is not in a thing yet. Okay, Michael, we can totally play. Oh, Nathan, and now I somehow got kicked out of the room. That is interesting. Nathan, if you just go to the Duel Room page, the code should be on the top left of the screen. 619975. I don't know why it kicked me out. And then to queue, just enter any empty table, and I will go through them. Oh, is a Fallen here? I somehow completely missed it. Welcome. Oh, interesting. It did not show that over on my, oh wait, the chat's not even on. Okay. That should help. Sometimes OBS does not, properly show me all of the messages that come through to chat. So welcome, Fallen. Hope you've been having a good time. Looks like this is a Harpy mirror. Let's set a couple, and then summon a couple. Oh, do they have the tortoise? They do. Okay. I could summon another piece. I'm definitely on a reincarnation. Yeah, I think clearing the board makes a lot of sense. Okay. Let's Hysteric Force, boost one of them, and then beat both the Aqua and the Harpy. Battle phase and swing. We only get one copy of the left piece, so I'm keeping it around. Especially since it is immune to trap cards, and I'd rather wait until they have more trap cards to actually use. Oh, Raya is Stardust. I see. 4 out of the 4 tribute monsters were in Matt's hand. You're only running 4 tributes in the entire deck. That sounds interesting. What deck could that be? I'm excited to queue into Matt later. Alright, we see Harpy Lady Sisters using the effect to boost. And then presumably Hysteric Force is also activating. No. Michael might be on the Elegant Egotist skill. Our move. And we actually get a fantastic card. Let's see Horse Carrier, activate the effect, and add Grace Princess Kana. Then summon a Kana, and then Harpy's Pet Dragon. Now, there's a really important thing to note. Harpy's Pet Dragon gains 900 attack for every Harpy Lady Sisters on the field, and that is going to include Michael's, which puts us in a very strong position, as we are about to bring out a 3rd Harpy Lady Sisters and have a dragon with well over 5,000 attack. Harpy Lady Sisters is even able to gain an additional 500. And with 5,900, we swing and finish the game. The dragon is an incredible out in the mirror. Oh, Graves says they added Seahorse Carrier to their ranked ticket pool. I did not know that. That is good to know. So I'm just gonna go down the line. We're gonna fight Illuminate, then Sorry Dust, and then loop back up to the top if there's no one else around. We are up first, but we draw again. Only one normal summonable monster. So we can't summon the dragon, and we have to pass. Like it says, would you rather I play something competitive or something spicy? Feel free to bring whatever you're going to have the most fun with. Altera says 4 tributes sounds like Beetle Beatdown. I feel like the Beatles would have more than usual. Alright, so this is a Royal Rebel deck. However, it's the Red Eyes variant that has entirely fallen off after the new skill. Let's see if they're able to show us why we should still be on it. Fortunately, the downside to bricking is that this Ghost Cyclone can draw us a card. And we have finally gotten another low-level monster. We are bringing in the Pet Dragon for sure. And then, we can Monster Reincarnation to get the other tribute out, which seems worthwhile. Let's ditch Dragon. Add Faithbird. Faithbird and Tribute off, providing a significant boost to the Dragon and allowing us to clear both monsters. Hysteric Force is another 700. And we don't need that. Let's battle. And pass. Nathan says, no, not my widespread. Must be, unfortunate for sure. You know, I didn't even notice that the Ghost Cyclone destroyed widespread ruin. All I was thinking about was, ooh, I hope I draw a low-level monster. So it completely blanked in my mind. Nope, not predictions. I'm trying to find the quick actions. Can I go community? Oh, here we go. Alright, so a Kimi ruler has come in, but we also have a widespread ruin. And by protecting the Harpy Lady Sisters, we protect the pet dragon from losing its debuff. We have another Ghost Cyclone, but unfortunately it's not going to do anything quite here. However, we do have another Harpy Lady Sisters, which means the pet dragon is being boosted again, all the way to 3,800. When we activate the effect of Harpy Lady Sisters, we can return 2 monsters to give one of them a boost. We're not stacking all of our boosts on the pet dragon this time because they might have, wait, no, we already destroyed widespread ruin, so it actually would have been fine. But ignoring that, let's just start swinging in. They do have something. It's not widespread, and it's not battle slash. And it's not even, oh, it could be Phantom Bind. Welcome, wait, no, not Phantom Bind, because that's a dragon. But we know it's not Recital since it was triggering. Welcome, Maximus. Hope you're having a, is your profile picture from the movie Penguin Highway? Because it looks kind of similar, and I actually watched, half of it yesterday. I didn't actually end up finishing the movie, because it had a kind of weird, subplot going on with, like, this 8-year-old kid, but I do like how the penguins look. Anyway, thank you for the game, Nate. Let's go against Bendy next. Oh, okay. So you haven't seen the movie either? Or at least not in full. It does look nice. Okay, opening lots of the Harpies here. I was really bored with the speed duels in terms of playing against, the same decks. Probably something like the Tachyon Surinui stuff, I'm imagining. So, yeah, if you have any questions about Rush Duels, feel free to ask. Alright, so we're gonna start off with a Ghost Cyclone. See if we can snipe 2 widespreads in a row. Just a talismanic. That's still good enough for me. Let's bring in these 2. This. And then I'm actually going to start with the skill. Buff this. And change a battle position. Oh, we hit a 1500. I'm actually going to end here instead of doing the other tribute summon. Let's swing. All of their monsters should have pretty low defense. My opponent with 3 Femtrons in the grave are on the Beyond Curiosity skill, which is able to bring out IG Drago more reliably than other decks. However, they can also choose not to run the maximum monster at all. Unfortunately, we get hit by the particle acceleration. So the reason I didn't play the Lady Sisters was that Harpy Lady would have been the 3rd monster in my graveyard. And I didn't want to have 4. Okay, help on building a deck that's good against the maximums and in general outside of the latest box. Would like to play something like Bubble Era. Okay, so I will go over both of those things in a minute. We've played some Bubble Era ourselves earlier on stream. I guess we did get pretty punished for not summoning the second Lady Sisters. I got a little bit too greedy with the Ghost Cyclone, which ended up being destroyed anyway. Let's use the skill, buff to 2700, and at least clear the Hydron, forcing them to have 2 more high-level monsters to clear the board. Or, another spell. Thank you for the duel as well, Nate. If you want to play some more, we can definitely get some more rotations in. I plan on streaming for a little bit longer. So, Maximus for Bubble Era. I think that is actually a pretty good choice of deck if you're planning on fighting a lot of the Royal Bubble players. We'll go over it once I finish this duel. And I'll try it out for a few games in the duel room. Okay, so you are being lied to. Royal Bubbles are very popular, but I do not believe they are the best deck. I think there are a lot of decks that are able to compete and potentially even outperform them. Also, I misplayed. I should not have set the Pierce. I should have used Trick Pigeon to turn it into another Harpy Ladies. But that's okay. We're just going to keep going and see how it works. Let's buff this and swing in. So it would have been 600 extra damage. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we missed lethal. It would have been 600 plus 800. Yeah, for sure. If we used Trick Pigeon, swapped out for the Harpy Lady Sisters, discard, summon, we would have won. But now they have a chance to end the game with another Hydron. I think we've only seen 1. Maybe 2. Oh, yeah. Okay, anyway. So, Royal Bubbles. The reason I think they aren't the best deck is the same reason Psychics are not the best deck. The skills, you read them, and they sound really broken, but then in practice, it turns out there's actually a lot you can do. Okay, my opponent is running out of cards. Am I getting hit by the IG Drago? I'm pretty sure they've seen the entire deck. What are they digging for? 1, 2... So all 3 pieces of the left side of IG Drago are in their graveyard. I think they may not have noticed that. Okay. Or maybe they just want to show how many cards they're able to draw. So you only have one Dion. Okay. That is a little bit of an issue. So Aquas have very little in the way of boss monsters. You probably realistically really want all three for that deck. If you're working on a gem budget, then it's probably better to head into the Discord server. Because then when I'm not off stream, I can have more time to kind of price things out. Let's see. So yeah, if you're not able to get the Aquas, what is a cheaper deck? That is a really good question. But I'll show you what I'm running as a start. It is probably true that the mini box stuff is going to be a lot cheaper to build than going for 3 runs of the only rush main box, plus whatever other cards you end up needing from the mini box anyway. So if you look at this, 3 Dion Kiddos requires 3 runs of the main box, then 2 Essels, 2 Talismanics requires 2 runs of the mini box, and then you also need a lot of the event cards. So if you haven't been around for that, you might need to do gate grinding as well. Torna, if you weren't around at the start, you're only going to have 1 copy. King's Majesty is a Roa level up reward, and if you weren't around for the Roa unlock, you aren't going to have that either. So this could be a tough deck for a new Rush Duel player to get, realistically. Sorry about the dog barking, if you all are able to hear that. But, okay, so if you only have 2, I think if you only have 2, you need to be running Monster Reincarnation, and then maybe even, like, a 3rd Seal Array, so you can get them into the deck as often as possible. Like, you just need to be able to find the boss monster. Maybe you even do something like a Spellcaster Draw Engine. Anyway, I think we're gonna play this for a couple games. Let's queue back up against Nate, since it looks like a lot of... Oh wait, I haven't played against Stardust yet. So let's do that. And then, okay, decks that are good against Royal Rebels. And Maximum. So Bubble Era should be good against the Royal Rebels, but probably not the Maximum decks. I think Thunders can beat Royal Rebels, and then also do pretty solid against decks like Overlord, as long as you're running Piercing Samurai. Thunder, you need to run cards from both of the mini boxes. Piercing Samurai is very important to the deck. Let me run this, and then... Wait, hold on. Stream Manager. I realize we might be near the random ad break. Yeah. So, I will continue explaining once that finishes. Yeah, Atlas, I think they specifically talked about running Aqua. I guess I could have swung, but I don't think I want to. Okay, I'm keeping a card in hand in case this is Thunder. I also got a little bit distracted by Twitch and by chat, because this is my first this is my first stream as an affiliate, so actually thinking about, oh, are they running ads right now? Is this something I need to think about and plan around? It is a little distracting. To replace the tournament, you can use the debuff card in the DM structure. I don't think Light Sorcerer does quite the same thing. I'd actually say if you don't have 2 Torna, run a Piercing Samurai. Because your main goal is to get over the set 3 pass boards. Rather than to swap attack mode things to defense. So I did get to keep a card in hand, so no piercing. But this is prismatic. Nice. Yeah, I don't know how YouTube does advertising, but I know it's different on YouTube and Twitch. So I know I just said Torna is not for switching the boss monsters to defense mode, but we're going to switch some boss monsters to defense mode. Torna, discard, switch, skill, and then these can beat the 1500s. However, I did just play all the cards in my hand, which means we might be getting pierced. However, that is the same as if I kept a card in my hand. I would have only had 2 monsters on board, and then I would have been pierced anyway, because it would be a direct attack. So we deal a little bit of damage, but Stardust has access to duckbills and more copies, and they immediately duckbill to recycle the prismatic Trigger Drago, going in the main box to get 3x Dionketo. Okay, so Maximus, have you done both mini boxes already? You said you had all of the other cards, but I wasn't sure if that was in this deck that I showed you, or if you meant I own everything that is not part of main box number 1. Not the latest. Okay. So that's gonna be the Talismanics, probably. Let's see. So if you want a deck that's good against maximums, that doesn't involve the maximums themselves. I wonder if so probably Dragonic Resonance is a decent choice. You have access to Talismanic Seal Array or Dragonic Pressure to clear out maximum monsters, and you get to run cards like Dragonic Slayer and Dragius, which you are going to pick up on the path to your Dionketo. So if you're running through the first box, I'd say that'd be a good secondary deck for maximums. So the Bubble Era can clear Royal Bubbles. The Resonance deck is good against maximum decks. And then you can work on third mini box whenever you get the gems. Oh yeah, the bundles are very important. Widespread Ruin goes in every deck in the game. If you haven't bought any of the bundles, this is by far the one you should do first. Okay, so I got hit by a Stormbolt, but that is fine. I'm not sure what happened, actually. I feel like there was a Trigger Drago coming down. But I missed something, because I was busy thinking about the right way to run through boxes. We mill 2 to set up the goat for later. Force Vader seems good. Torna. And then Seal Array. Let's get the Seahorse Carrier back into the deck. Torna, Essel, and maybe one of the 1400s. Debuff this. It's down to 1,000. Battle phase. If they have a barrier, I'd rather go here. And then if they have Recital, I'd rather go here. And then 19. Nice. We keep a card in hand to prevent the piercing, and we have a pretty good position. Oh, congrats on getting the second Dionketo. How far into the box were you? So one thing I didn't mention when running over the deck list earlier is that the reason I think this deck can be good against potentially non-royal level decks is that it runs the most blowouts. Everybody can run Widespread Ruin. And some people can run Shield and Sword. Other decks, you need Monster Reincarnation. But only Aquas can run Triple Threat Thunder. And by running 3 different cards that essentially delete the opponent's monster, you are able to push aggressively when other decks couldn't. Even just summoning cards like Kanon and Lamoon can get to threatening heights thanks to the skill buffing them up. And you can deal with boss monsters using a lot of different cards in your deck. Alright, we see a Trigger Drago swung in, left me with a Kanon. But we have 2 Fashion of Faith, which is a lot of value here. Definitely going to draw some cards. And then we can summon the second Dion Keto. And we even have the skill live. And we're keeping 2 cards in hand. Activate skill. We're buffing the other one to be safe. Oh, actually, rather than keeping a card in hand, we could just gain a bunch of life points. But okay, this is good. Since this is also lethal if they don't have anything. And thank you for the game, Sorry Dust. Sorry I wasn't as, onto the commentary as usual, since I have been a little bit more focused on the chat. But yeah, congrats on the second Dion Keto. Okay, yeah, if you have 2, it's, I mean, as long as you aren't running just 1, it's a lot better at the start. Third one, still quite good, but also, it also depends on what your goals are in the game. If you're trying to reach, you know, #1 in the Goha Rush Festival, it's a little bit more mandatory than if you're just trying to hit King of Games. You can hit King of Games with a 2 Dion Keto list, for sure. Like, if that's just your goal, if you're not entering tournaments, 2 is absolutely fine. You can spend the gems elsewhere. Oh, yeah, KC Cup Max, is actually even easier in Rush Duels. If you were around for the first Rush Festival, you'll remember that you can't rank down, you get points for every game you win, and they even give you NPCs to grind levels on. So you'll reach stage 2 no problem. Alright, unfortunately we are against a Solarity player. So Shield and Sword is not going to be doing a whole lot, I say, like a liar. With a... And this only works on attack. I mean, I can clear the Masaki. Oh, hydration. Good plan. So since I can't tribute summon, I am unable to triple threat. Okay. So I can, though, hit for 1 billion damage anyway. Torn to the Windweaver. Set. Skill, activate. Disco Fever, 2100. I could have gone in for the full 2100, but I missequenced. I think using the Shield and Sword here was probably the right play, because the deck's boss monsters don't care about Shield and Sword at all. Being able to actually hit for 2100 would give me some momentum. They'll give you a bunch of gems. Oh yeah, if you're using the gems from the KC Cup are going to be a lot, for sure. Really burn down on speed, for sure. Yeah, I would say this deck, or a lot of people, if you go to the Rush Duel YouTube side, you will see channels talking about Royal Rebels being by far the best deck in the game, tier 0, mega threat. They are lying. There are at least 15 or 20 different decks in a game with like 200 cards in the card pool that you can hit King of Games with. So we have the Royal Rebels, but then we have Thunders, Disco Fever, Dark Arts, and Thunders can even be run as an aggro variant. Disco Fever also has an aggro variant, and then there's just also pure aggro. There's the Harpy deck, a Harpy variant of aggro, and then when we talk about maximums, there's Ragnarok and Maximum Overlord, and also Beyond Curiosity. Then we have Dragonic Resonance and Acebreaker with easy outs to the maximums, alongside Seven's Axel Road. And then we can have, and that's like 15 or 20 already. So there was another Yami Ruler. Okay. I will simply wait. Is it possible to get the third Harpy Lady Sisters? Yeah, we should so you should have 3 of the middle piece and then 1 of each side piece if you have done the missions. One's just from playing in ranked duels, and the other's from like tribute summoning. And then one should be in the gift box by default. Have you played any ranked rush yet? I think you need to do like 2 games to do it. And I would say check the mission tab. And the gift box if you haven't already. Fortunately, we block the Piercing Samurai so we don't blow up our move. This is a lot of cards. Seahorse Carrier. Activate effect. We want the 1400 that will trigger the skill. Normal summon. We could Seal Array, but we don't need to. But we might do it anyway, just to be able to set another card. We're bringing in the Force Raider to clear this Piercing Samurai. Healing 1,000 for sure. And then Seal Array to clear a Yami Ruler. We'll return Torna so they can't set and stall. Plus Seahorse Carrier. And 1 Kana, so we can draw more 1400s. But we are keeping 1 in the graveyard, so Seahorse Carrier can get it for us. Minus 1600 here. Throw that on a card. Activate skill. Disco Fever. Buffs this up. And now we clear both Yami Rulers. Unless we want to just really deal damage. But I'll just go this way. And pass. Okay. Maximus said, found it, gotta do 2 rush games. Makes sense. Yep, so Piercing Samurai going into defense mode is exactly why I put back 2 copies of Torn of the Windweaver into the deck. We saw this coming from a mile away. Unfortunately, we did not draw it. We could Shield and Sword here. And we can also heal. Boogie Master, let's do that. If we Shield and Sword, we can put down the Widespread Ruin, but we also have 5,500 life points, so I don't really find a need to. Let's just swing. Even if they have Widespread Ruin, we're going to be gaining so many life points. Whenever they choose to respond, we can then do an actual play. Do you think Harpies are splashable in the Bubble era? It is a variant I have not tried out yet. However, if you do not own 3D on Keto, it definitely would make sense to include something as a secondary boss engine of sorts. I'm running Torna specifically so I can deal with set monsters, but Harpy Lady Sisters could work pretty well. You can see my list is very tailored to taking advantage of cards like Talismanic Seal Ray. If you don't own this, or basically if you haven't gone into the second mini box, then you aren't going to have Talismanic Seal Ray. And if you don't have this, you need more boss monsters, and the Harpies are a great choice. Have the Goats and Majesties been working out for you? We're about to find out. The idea is that the Majesty's Fiend is the only way to stop Overlord from blowing us up. The Goats actually have been detrimental a few times, though. Where, if it was just a third copy of La Moon, I would have been in a much better position. So it's hard to say for sure. I need to test it more. Renegade. Maximus, you don't... Well, actually, do I King's Majesty this? I don't think so. Because I'm keeping the Dion Kiddo alive. So by taking the damage, I'm able to Fiend off this attack, and then heal off some of the damage from the attack next turn. Unfortunately, we can't Tribute Summon. Oh, I messed up. I have a Shield and Sword. I should not have flipped this until after activating it. That is rough. Because that would have been 1900 damage plus 500. But okay. Let's just bring this back to attack mode. And swing in this way. So if you are running the Talisman spell, this is going to be how the deck is able to clear maximum monsters. You either need the Seal Rays or Tribute to the Doomed. Otherwise, you're not able to get to 4,000. And even 3,500 is tough. So you need something to deal with the Majesties. Or to deal with the maximums. Sorry. If you don't pull it in your bundles, like I would say get the Tribute to the Doom bundle. And if you pull Talismanic, run it. If you don't pull it, you can run Tribute to the Doomed instead. And have something. Oh, Widespread does not work on maximum monsters. All three of them have an effect that makes them immune to traps. The issue is, Widespread Ruin is so good against everything else in the game that you want the Widespread Ruin bundle anyway, in addition to Tribute to the Doomed. Okay. This is fine. I'll pop this one. Because this one's more vulnerable to a, Shield and Sword. Draw for turn. We are finally able to play again. But if we want to triple that Thunder, then we need to Tribute the Vorse Raider. But honestly, that seems like a good idea. Okay. Let us, Tribute Summon. And then normal summon. Normal summon. Triple Threat Thunder reduces Kime Ruler to 0. Viv has 2,000 life points left. So if we boost this, even if they can stop one of our attacks, the other one will get through for 2,100. Battle phase and swing. Widespread as expected, but can they deal with this? Good game, Riv. 13 turns. Classic Solarity experience. So if you want to play Bubble Arrow with Harpies, you should get Widespread and Monster Reincarnation. Yes, that sounds right. As long as you, so you could either just choose to give to, the issue is that neither of those deal with maximum monsters, but, you can build the deck in a way where you try to just kill the opponent before they draw the maximum. That is realistically the best out there is. Sometimes they will sack you and draw a maximum on turn 2 or 3. But realistically, just pretend they drew Exodia and it happens, you know? Oh, it looks like Fallen is in here. Let's give it a shot. And when you open the bundles, if you happen to pull Talismanic Seal Array, put it into the deck. Otherwise, I'd say, yeah, Monster Reincarnation, Widespread are the legends of choice. Viv says, I sacked. I was literally sitting on Triple Threat Thunder the entire game. I drew it like turn 3. Yeah, so a lot of the fusion monsters are level 10, but they do actually have some fair number of fusion monsters that are also low levels. Also, Riv, is it really possible to sack in a 13-turn game? I had infinite turns to draw my trap cards and my spell cards. Yeah, just running the one of Talisman sounds like a plan. And Michael, I am going down the list. Just stay at the table, and once we finish everybody else, I should be heading back up there soon. Okay, so we want Torna. Oh, but I might want to keep this. Okay, so we're starting with Dion Keto. My opponent drew 3 back row. Very interesting. We need to bring out Torna. And then rather than gaining the life points, I would rather flip a card up and potentially deal some damage. Let's go here. 1500, unfortunate. But that's okay. Swing in. Could have a recital, but all of these are going to be low defense anyway. Because they are on a cyber stack. Swing in and pass. Particle acceleration. What are they going to hit? Widespread ruin. Honestly, that's fine. It doesn't do anything against the maximum anyway. King's Majesty, I would have liked to see. But if they don't pull out IG Drago this turn, we might be in an okay spot. They only have 3 cards in hand. Are they? The 3 maximum pieces. No. Dark Femtron coming out. And it looks like they're getting rid of 1 IG Drago piece just to summon an Attribute Hydron to clear this Dion Keto. However, by doing this, Torn the Windweaver is going to live. And we see the Widespread Ruin into the grave. Oh, nice work on obtaining the Harpy Lady Sisters. We see Tribute to the Doomed. They actually are going to clear out Torna and Dion Keto. What a long turn. They managed to dig and find the cards they need. But it's not over for us just yet. Shield and Sword reduces their Hydron to 0. Seahorse Carrier. This will add back another monster. It's not a particularly powerful one, sure. But the extra resources will, at a minimum, give us more life. We Boogie Master, Fashion of Faith, and this increases his attack while also drawing another card. Voice Raider comes down, and we heal 1,000. Let's see how this goes. 1,100, and that is game. Thank you, The Fallen. Looks like Nate is at table 9, and then we can finally loop back up around to table 1. And we'll also be switching up the deck we're playing. Oh, I didn't realize that was Tara. Welcome. And welcome, Jordan. Oh, wait, no, that was Fallen. Why, Tara? Saying GG in the chat confused me a little bit. And welcome, Jordan. How are you doing? Okay, so Nate is first up. Summoning a black dragon chick. Okay. We actually see the turn 1 Red Eyes play. A lot of players don't end up doing this so that they're able to get the debuff. However, I didn't draw any way to out this, so we are simply going to cope here. I could keep the Seahorse Carrier in hand, but they aren't on Thunder, and I don't have that many 2 feet monsters, so I'd rather just draw more cards. That way, I'm actually more likely to find the cards that can out the Red Eyes. Oh, I'm glad I've been able to help with your decks and whatnot. Welcome to the stream, Jordan. Yami Ruler. Could be an issue. Especially when I have a non-aqua already on field. Let's see. So we drop a turn. Essel, not going to help here. I am going to just get rid of this. So our non-aquas are reduced. I kind of want Nate to just run in and blow all of my monsters up. And then we'll figure it out from there. I wonder if Essel is still good here. Yeah, it can set up our seal arrays. Okay. So we do want to mill. Yeah, I think you only need the 1 talismanic. I'm running 2 to have it more consistently. But I've seen other players only running 1. There are other good cards in the mini box. So I'm not sure if I would reset or not, even if you wanted 2 of them. It's a lot different managing gems as a rush player versus a speed player. Because if you are an active rush player, you can afford every mini box 3 runs in full by the time it comes out, and you're going to have gems left over. Whereas speed players are usually trying to figure out the minimum number of gems they can spend, and giving up potential SRs and URs to focus on individual decks. So I don't have a good sense of when to reset. I just never do it. I think if you look at my account, I have I bought 3 copies of the mini box when it came out with no money. And I'm at 7,000 gems again in less than a week. And I have a bunch of gems I actually haven't redeemed from the lifetime mission tab. So depending on how, but if you're an established speed player, you probably don't have the same the ability to like grind stage missions because you've already done like the DM stage missions for speed gems. So I don't know entirely quite how free to play friendly it is. Anyway, I'm just setting and passing until we find bosses. Nathan says, oh, it's a scream, I see. Probably just because both of us are just kind of sitting here doing nothing. And it is turn 9. Gotta run some piercing samurai. Okay, Kime Ruler will do it too. I mean, that can out one of them, but... as you can see here, we're halfway through the deck, and we have not found any of the ketos. That is the major downside. But that is something the Harpy Lady Sisters would help with. Having those extra tribute monsters in the deck would get you back into this game, because you'd like seal array one of these, boost up, etc. By the way, if you are running the Harpy Lady Sisters variant, you probably want to try to fit in the actual vanilla Harpy Lady somewhere into the deck. I'm not sure if it'd be over the goats, over the Essel, but somewhere you want to be able to actually use the effect to get it to 2600, at least every now and then. Yeah. But let's see. So if you're running the 5 Harpies, where would they go? Yeah, probably over like Essel. This deck doesn't high roll with it as much, and it's a mini box card, so you definitely don't own 2 of it anyway. So that's a good easy cut. We see a Growl, and they are finally clearing my board. And maybe on turn 14, I will be able to draw something and play the game. Let's go there and pass. Bum, ba, bum. Okay. Unfortunately, even though we have indeed drawn our boss monster, there are 3 set cards, and that means we are still going to get blown out. For sure. We go here and here. Force Raider. Skill. And we should seal array. That way we're able to take out the Kime Ruler. Let's return this, this, and one of these. And then debuff this, and then let's heal up. Torn into the grave, because we're going to need it after the Widespread Ruin. Swing in here. And here you go, Nate. Grind Mimi to level 30 for 2 health hydration. Yeah. So, you could run, So 2 hydration is definitely the standard amount for dealing with cards like Widespread Ruin. You'll see I actually cut mine for the Talismanic Seal Rays. The idea is that most people are only running Widespread Ruin, and the other traps don't matter. So I didn't want to spend 2 deck slots on a card that only outs one other card. So let's say they draw Widespread Ruin in 50% of games, and then I draw my Hydration in 50% of games, and then I have to hit the Widespread Ruin in a 50-50. It'll feel great whenever you do hit the Widespread Ruin, but if there are other cards you need, it's okay to run other stuff too. Since it'll only realistically come up every so often. But if you don't have cards like Talismanic, running the Hydration is good. The way Talismanic Seal Ray works, by debuffing my opponent's boss monster, I'm able to buff the 2 low-level Aqua monsters, and then even if they have Widespread Ruin, Talismanic Seal Ray lets me get over the boss, which is why I'm not running Hydration. But running Hydration is probably correct in most lists. So they have a heavy metal and 3 cards, but somehow this is the only monster that they've summoned, so we have a chance to turn this around. Okay, so we drew some cards. Let's set these down and summon. Unfortunately, no, no heal for us. If they have the widespread, they win the game. But I feel like they would have already done it on a previous turn if they really wanted to. And if they don't have it, if they're on something like Phantom Find, then maybe we are in it. Who knows? Barrier. That is not going to be enough. Letting my keep my monster around is incredibly convenient for staying in this game. Also note, I still have 14 cards in my deck, thanks to the Seal Rays shuffling them back. It took a really long time to find our boss monster, but we are finally playing. We see a reincarnation. Presumably it's either heavy metal or chick, and they choose chick. That is actually not going to work for them. Thanks to the effect of King's Majesty, Dion Keto is safe. Heavy Metal could have destroyed it, but then would have failed to get indirectly. So let's see what we draw. 2 Fashion of Faith. Let's use it. We have a face down Triple Threat Thunder, which we have finally activated after so many turns. Fashion of Faith draws us 2 cards. We're looking for another tribute monster just in case something happens to the first one. And now we are going to win the game. Let's heal our life points back up to 4,600 and enter battle. Boogie Master attacks. And now we find out if Nate was secretly holding Widespread Ruin the whole time for dramatic effect. It has been 18 turns. And it is only a barrier. And Maximus, for sure, you'll earn those gems back. With the Rush Festival coming up, you're gonna have a great head start. If you want to find some more people to talk about the game with, feel free to join the Discord server in the description of the channel. Is Alterios here? Oh, I need to change my deck, actually. So, what should I play next? I do want to try, you know what? I have not played nearly enough Royal Rebel. I know I talk a lot of trash on the deck, but I mean, it's probably still pretty good anyway. Is there anything I want to change in here? I could run Essel, but that would be kind of silly. What am I missing? Do I need seal arrays? I mean, I can already out maximums with the heavy metal. Okay, we're gonna put in another Ghost Cyclone. And then if, oh, I see Renegade is at the top of the list. And since we are, starting from the top, by the way, if anyone is waiting, feel free to move from your current table up. It looks like tables 2 through 7 are all empty. Oh, and there we go. 7s in general isn't interesting, but the idea of playing Rush gets you used to it. That makes sense. For sure. And yes, Nathan, that was a very fun duel. It lasted quite a long time, and it was interesting to see those set cards. Renegade said, seeing people on SL in Royal Rebels, and it feels really bad with Invasion. I think I'm inclined to agree. Pretty sure they are trying to mill their curry bots and cards for King's Majesty. Okay. Also, my game crashed. But, I don't know. Having the non-fiends, they need to be very high impact, very consistently. If you want it to put in enough work to be worth not becoming level 5. I'd probably run, like, the Gargoyle. Okay. Luckily, I am still in the duel room. So, Renegade, looks like it's the first one timed out. Let's go ahead and try it one more time. Or did the game load for you? Because it definitely did not for me. Alright, so Renegade is definitely going to be on maximum Overlord, and we see it immediately. Yeah, I know a lot of people were not super excited about the early Rush reveal. And I mean, the initial format definitely turned off a lot of speed players since Phantom Bind was the only trap. Let's see what we get. 1, 2, 3. Skill. Let's ditch I probably should have kept recital and ditch one of these. But I did have a plan. 1, 2. And now my opponent controls 2 monsters, meaning Shadowbuyer is able to use its effect, returning a card into the deck, and becoming level 7, meaning it gets to attack. Unfortunately, I have to destroy the low one, so hopefully this isn't widespread ruin. Let's battle. Okay, so the skill prevents you from attacking with anything that isn't level 7, but Shadowbuyer, with at least 2 opposing monsters on board, is able to do it anyway. Thanks again for the duel. Yeah, Nathan, you too. It was a fun one. Yeah, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I actually recently have gotten a lot of the new watch hours, and I'm trying to hit the 1,000 subscriber milestone so I can finally have the monetization. I know YouTube shows ads to people before videos, but unless I have at least 1,000 subs, YouTube subs, the free ones, not Twitch things, then they don't actually pay you anything, which is weird. Alright, so we see them doing the debuff. Valkyria. Not quite strong enough. But presumably there is... Oh, back on the DMGs. What is the set monster? Do we know? Plays card on the field, and we don't yet. Okay. Oh, okay, another DMG. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, because you swapped it back for Fire Golem. Okay, I see. So Ansler is out, Fire Golem is in, and that means Dark Magician Girl is ready to go. Interesting. So I only have 5 cards, and I only have 2 monsters. How many of these do I have? 3. Hold on a second. We are cycloning. There are exactly 3 monsters in my graveyard, allowing me to draw an extra card. But it's another boss monster. So we set 1, and then we're allowed to activate the skill, because the opponent controls a level 5 monster. But we need to put both monsters onto the field. That way they become level 5, and we can use Invasion's effect. Activate the skill, we ditch Invasion. Flip this up, and then Tribute Summon. 1, 2. We can set this, blow up the opponent's board, and swing in. If they manage to draw into all 3 of their maximum pieces, I have been outplayed. CO2 says we'll put the Royal Bubble Rocker in the deck. So Rocker feels really bad. Since Invasion destroys everything, and Rocker prevents you from attacking directly, so I don't know. Yeah, Riv, I would cut the 1500. Okay. My build is outdated. I would not be running Nessus. Feral Imp is the better inclusion. This card should not be here. No, if Renegade got the maximum, he wouldn't be thinking. He would just summon it and win. Now, I am somewhat vulnerable. If they play down some spell trap removal, shield and sword, and then just kill me, but I think Renegade isn't on that. I mean, I guess I could just literally go look. Yeah, they are on Reincarnation. Alright, we see this. Blue to the grave. Set. Debuff. And then, okay. Do they have another Dark Magician Girl, though? That is the biggest question. Torna. Oh, see, so they were initially probably trying to consider whether or not to just switch the thing into defense mode. And walking over it. But we'll see what they go for. The final card is probably another maximum piece. It is. Okay. And widespread. Remember, this doesn't actually work on the maximum monster, so we don't need to save it. Let's draw for turn and hopefully finish this game. Kobold. Effect. We can just ditch this. Another one. Oh, wait. Okay. Skill. We ditch this, and then we heavy metal. And then I'm 95% sure that is not widespread ruin. But even if it is... Oh, wait, no. My plan was to walk over this and then attack with this, which doesn't actually work if it's widespread ruin. I think Renegade is probably on Recital. And by popping both monsters, they weren't able to use it. Oh, welcome, Herbert. Hope you're having a good time. Paco, I am using the skill because there was a glowing yellow button. And I must press the button. Would it be okay to run hydration at 1? Yes. You're totally fine running the 1. Oh, I should probably stand up. It has been a while. I actually should probably, speaking of stretching, I probably should have taken a water break here. But I forgot. Okay, so we see a starting off Essel, revealing they are indeed in the mirror match. They don't have any level 5 or higher monsters, so if we want to summon the invasion, we need to go like this. We will activate the skill here, ditch one, flip up the other. Theoretically, if we didn't use the skill, we'd be able to just summon the Invasion plus Nessus, which might honestly have been stronger. But I will continue to click the yellow button. And it lets us save the reincarnation. Maximus, what rank are you currently? Like, if you're starting in Rookie, if this is your first month in Rush Duel Ladder, you're free to just go play with what you have now. I think you don't really start to see things resembling good lists until gold. And at that time, you might be able to find the hydration then. Maybe it should have used the Solarity when you could have, because you knew I was running Cyclone. Makes sense, yeah. Oh, okay. If you're already close to the hydration, then yeah, just play against the Gate Auto Duel or whatever. I'm gonna die to Heavy Metal. And there is Heavy Metal. Another face down. Hopefully it's a level 4. That would be convenient. Oh, did I miss a raid? Oh, okay, no, it's from a different day. Okay. Okay, so I have reincarnation now, which is a great start. I think I want Currybot. Let's use the effect and get an extra monster. Then I know I'm not discarding either of these. I know I need to use reincarnation, but I also want to have other things first. And I know I need to summon this before I use the skill. And I'm keeping it on board. And that means I'm going to summon this. And now I can activate. Wait, no. I needed 2 cards to use reincarnation. I needed to actually remember to keep a card in hand. Right. Yeah, feel free to share the deck list whenever you would like. Yeah, I always forget to discard an extra card for the skill. I remembered I needed one for reincarnation, but yikes. I do click the yellow button. Yeah, Maximus, if you look at the channel description, there should be a Discord server. I kind of want to fight them again since I obviously messed that up very badly. I'll see if they're around. And I see Alterios is in a game anyway. I guess I'll fight Paco while we wait for Alterios to be free. We definitely just go ahead and set everything. And I will click the buttons when they glow. Sorry about that. Altaria says, expect a shield and sword to switch stats after being reduced to 0. Not stay 0. So if you've been debuffed, the debuff will stay. If that is what you're talking about. We didn't draw any particularly interesting guys. However, Twin-Edged Dragon is very annoying, so I do need to clear it. I don't want them having big 4-5 attack turns with resonance. A little too risky. So let's see what Paco does. Renegade says debuff the attack by 1,000,000. I see, yep. Okay, so we have a Dragon Merchant who is probably live. So if Paco has another Sports Dragon Striker, they could use the ability to activate the skill. Or Merchant could potentially bring a double 2,000 attack point Twin-Edged Dragon onto the board. Oh, wait. Did they even use Twin Edge? Normal summons Twin-Edged Dragon. They didn't activate Twin-Edged Dragon's effect, so I'm just going to let that happen. I think Paco forgot to discard a card. Yeah. And now we can finally do things. Shadow Buyer. Kobold. And then what do I want to do? I know I need to discard a card, but I can Shadow Buyer. Okay. I will return a Currybot into the deck. This increases its level. I can use the skill and get rid of Recital if I want to. Okay. I get to keep 2 monsters on board and use the effect, and I don't need the Recital that badly. I can use Monster Reincarnation, but I would rather save it and swing in for the 3,600. My opponent's face down card is probably Dragonic Pressure or a Talismanic Seal Ray. I think Paco was saying they weren't on Pressure this time. Oh, it is Pressure, so they switched back to try it out. 4,800 is the biggest damage you can deal with it from an empty board. However, Riff has taken out the Sports Dragons, so we aren't going to see it. 1 back row, and a Guardian of the Fortress, going in for 1,900. I think I'm just gonna use it. We're going for game next turn. We have no monsters on board, which means it's time to start with Ghost Cyclone. Destroy this. Normal summon Shadow Buyer. Normal summon Goat. Effect. Return you into the deck. It's a level 5 monster. I'm going to have tributed a level 5 or higher monster, which means Royal Rebels Heavy Metal can activate the effect. And this removes Triad Drago from the field, allowing a safe attack directly. Yeah, the Rush Duel channel sounds fine. Go for it. I probably won't respond a whole ton while on stream, but I will definitely take a look at it later. That being said, we have also been streaming for 4 hours. So I'm not sure quite how long I am going to keep going. Alterios, are you here? I saw you were fighting earlier. So I sent a request. Okay, perfect. Starting with a lone set monster, but it is a 1 tribute. Huh. So in order to use Shadowfire, I need to actually have a card in my graveyard, which is really unfortunate. So I might just use the effect normally. Obviously, Widespread Ruin is going to be a bit of a pain. But it is what it is. I didn't want to use the skill at all if I didn't have to. But since it's only turn 2 and there's nothing in my graveyard, I couldn't shuffle anything back for Shadowfire. That said, if they have not opened Widespread Ruin, they are going to have a really hard time. It is possible to out this pretty easily. All they need is a high-level monster and they can aim eagle. Or it says, heavy metal skill is absolute blasphemy, no way to counter it. That is probably not true. I think I've been doing pretty well, except for when, of course, I misread the skill and mess up. But if you want to beat Royal Rebels, you can play Thunder, you can play Bubble Era, and you can even play maximum decks. The IG Drago deck I was playing earlier was able to compete with Royal Rebels. By keeping 2 monsters on field, you are able to prevent a heavy metal from getting to your life points. This is because the deck is able to run cards like Music Mrs. Recital and Widespread Ruin, stopping the heavy metal's attack. Then, Invasion is a Raigeki. However, IG Drago's head is a 2000 attack point monster. And when the opponent uses Invasion, the head is still level 6, meaning you don't need to worry. Oh, I had a curry bot. That's fine. And when you have the level 6 IG Drago head on your board, the Invasion doesn't kill it. Well, it does, but you only take 300 damage instead of 2300. Which is pretty good. So, I did have lethal. If I used Currybot first, I would have had the Invasion on board, but this is fine. I got a little bit distracted by the chat. Oh, but it looks like they didn't even activate it. Are they just waiting? Okay, sure. Also, I saw a Cyber Tech Alligator. It is a machine. In my head, despite having tech in the name, this thing was a winged beast or reptile. So Royal Rebels, it is good. I would have won this game too if I read. But I don't think it's unstoppable. If you want specifically to counter it, you can build a deck that has a very good matchup. It might suffer in some of the other aspects, but something like Disco Fever is going to be pretty solid against the deck, I think. We see Talismanic, Seal Array, and that probably closes out the game. That is 2,400 plus 800. Okay, not quite. Alterios does need to find another monster, but it does not have to be a strong one. Not at all. How long until the Mirror Force? Probably not a while. It is in the Physical Rush Duel game, but I don't think they'll be bringing it into Duel Links. So, Alterios currently 300 away from game. Okay, they only have 400 left. We should be able to turn this around. Set. I guess I don't want to lose to Recital, so I will use the Invasion line. Because Widespread Rune is already gone. Okay. So, Heavy Metal. Invasion, clear the board, and that should do it. I'm pretty sure even if they have another trap card, there are no traps that would stop this. Thank you, Alterios, for the game. And then, let's see. Oh. Zake says, skill hit please this week. Probably not going to be until after the festival. And yeah, you can mention Maximus. Sorry if I didn't see it earlier. So looks like Terra is up next. I do want to fight with some more Royal Rebels since I haven't been playing it a lot. Only swap for Eagle with skills, so no way to end the game. Horde says skills should have the unique icons to remember them and what your opponent is using, like the Roman transformation skill. Like, why don't we remember arts from cards if it's so easy? I don't fully understand what you are saying. But if you're saying, like, instead of this icon, it should show, like, IG Drago, that would be interesting. There is definitely even with the skills being added, like character versus archive, a character like Nail could run a Hammer Crush deal. And you'd run into him and think, oh, this is IG Drago, only to see a Dragius coming out turn 1. They are milling, looking for the maximum pieces. We found one. So it's hard to remember them, like, just from the names? Okay. The last backer was shield and sword. That makes sense. Alright, so we do see a turn 1 IG Drago the Sky Emperor. I mean, I could theoretically draw heavy metal for game. I meant it as a joke, but if it works, it works. I have 2 monsters. Activate the skill. Let's ditch this, and then finish it out. I definitely don't think trying to turbo IG Drago on turn 1 is the right play against this deck. Thank you for the game, Terra. I see Renegade and Paco are playing. Alterius has requeued just in time. Oh, but they went to another room. Actually, I'll switch my deck up. I'll go with some Magnum Overlord. It's been a while. I think this is one of the first decks I played on the stream today. Change character. And let's see how it goes. See, Alterius is here, ready to fight if you are. Alright, so this might look like a bad start. However, we send this to the graveyard. We'll just throw this down. Throw you down. Clear out our hand a little bit. And pass it over. We have 2 of our 3 maximum pieces already in hand. Yeah, I do think some pendulum monsters or something that simulates them could be interesting to see in the Rush Duel format. Given that there are only 3 spell and trap slots in the game, even in the physical product, this isn't like versus Master Duel where we have 5 zones. Rush Duel is a 3-zone game. So if pendulums were in here, it would be a really high opportunity cost. I'm just gonna throw down a bunch of cards. And I will simply sack into the maximum monster. No, there is not currently pendulum in Rush. But I don't think they're ever going to realistically add it, but I think it would be interesting. You really don't need pendulum summons as much when you can normal summon as many times as you want anyway. Rhino for piercing. Okay. Might need to do something about that. So choose a light attribute monster. Okay. Of course, I'm not going to get pierced for 2,500. I'll activate Music Princess's Recital. That's a little bit too much damage. Not gonna take it. But I will allow me to take 1,600 as it widens the gap for the potential. Exactly. They don't even choose to do it. Let's throw a card down, activate the skill, set this, We can debuff you. Flip up Ancillor. What is this? Seal Array? No thanks. Battle phase, and we will swing into this. Just doing a bit of damage. And we get a green guy back on top. Let's see what they have next. Are we looking for another level 7? Okay. Icebreaker coming in. Will they destroy my monster? They do. Okay. And then a full board would be pretty threatening. Battle time. You got it. They didn't choose to deal any damage. And they pass again. Fearing, of course, the maximum. Let's activate our skill. We will toss this and get out a free 7-Zord Magician plus a debuff. Light Sorcerer of Sanctity coming in. I don't think I'm even going to use the effect though. Normal summon, activate. And let's just swing. We can clear both of their high-level monsters and take the lead. Note that it's okay to be in the lead. Even if we maximum summon the monster, if their life points are low enough, they'll just die. Even if we aren't able to use the effect of blue. Cyclone says, got hacked in Discord. Oh no. What happened? Are you gonna have to make a new account, or were you able to get it back? Setting a ton of back row. Renegade says, defense vision should be illegal. Need a third Torna. Very true. I will... Maybe I just normal summon this thing. I could use stop defense, but I'm not super sure about that. I'd have to have pretty low attack. But I would like to clear the board a little. 700. Oh, we're not at high enough, though. We need like a 3,900. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah. Well, we could bring in a third monster. But they probably have widespread ruin at this point. So let's just do this. That's good enough. Oh, if they didn't have a trap, though. And if we had flipped that one up, yeah, so I could have brought in the third monster and gone in for game. Interesting. Am I gonna get hit by like 3 Ghost Cyclones? That would be very funny. So it is worth noting, 10 cards in deck, and we know 3 of them are going to be blue pieces. So, what will they do? Looks like they are gonna make a push here. And a 3,500 monster is coming in. But that's not that much on its own. Barrage of Steel? Sure. They hit a Seal Array. Another Barrage of Steel. And they find the Widespread Ruin. But are they going to be able to out the second 7-zone magician. Because if not, there are some troubles afoot. I have 3 of the guys. I'm drawing 3 cards out of a 10-card deck. I have a 70% chance of finding the blue. And we do it. I think it might be time to maximum summon. Supreme Machine Magnum Overlord comes in. We send a card from the top of the deck to the graveyard. And Tough Striker gives us attack. Then Talismanic Seal Array. We shuffle back 4 cards. And this monster is going quite low. Throw down a face down. And battle. They have a trap card, but I doubt it's going to be enough. Widespread Ruin won't stop me. Yeah, Alterios, it took me so long to find the maximum monster. I think if you were a bit more aggressive, you could have won that game. For sure. Voodoo says, is MSC a legend? No. There are no quick play spells, so instead of making Mystical Space Typhoon, we have all of those similar looking cards. Oh wait, if Renegade or Paco, oh nope, they started. Okay. I was gonna say, they've been fighting each other quite a bit. How does the maximum work? Does it send all the other monsters to grave? Can you summon if you have 2 pieces? Okay, so if you have all 3 in hand, you send all monsters, if any, you control to the graveyard. You don't need any tributes. It's okay if your field's empty, but if you have anything, you just ditch them. And then the maximum summon comes out. But all 3 need to be in the all 3 need to be in hand. If you summon all 3 normally, it does not become a maximum mode. And if you have some in the field and some in the hand, it does not count. Alright, so we see another Beyond Curiosity attempt. This time, I am not going to have, the heavy metal. Alright, let's use our skill. Let's send a blue to the graveyard. Set this. Flip summon. Normal. And a set. Battle phase. And Cyberse monsters all have terrible defense. So we know that we are allowed to attack with Light Sorcerer. No 1400 for us to worry about here. Let's see what Terry goes for. And they just have the IG Drago. So we are now in a fair amount of danger. Ansler is being destroyed, and we might even get the other monster flipped face up. We'll find out. No, they don't want to mill 3 extra cards. We lose our Light Sorcerer, and now it's our move. Draw. Interesting. Let's ditch a headpiece. No, the blue piece. No, the headpiece. And we will set this. We can debuff 32, but we have 3 attributes engraved. That puts us at 3,000. If we mill 1, we might actually be able to do it. Yeah, let's go for it. See if we can't mill a 4th attribute. Unfortunately, it's a seal array. So we are instead setting a monster and ending. Headpiece returns to hand. I should have probably tribute set so I could draw an extra card next turn, knowing that the headpiece was going back. So they could choose to swing over this. But then Seven's One Magician. Oh, pair production. I guess I am just dead. I really should have put down this headpiece. Have a 1900. Oh, it wouldn't have even mattered. Wait, 3,000? Yeah, it would have been 3,100. So that is a misplay. Interesting. That was a quick one. I'd like to do one more, and then I'll do another game against Alterios. But if Terra is here, I'll do game 3. Renegade, I do the same thing, where I think pressures are gonna deal 1 billion damage, but then they just, don't anymore without those monsters around. Okay, interesting. We are up first. Throw this down, and let's protect ourselves. Send, head to the grave, and set. I will actually flip this one, though. End turn, head goes back on top. Perfect. Let's see what Terra has going. Three back row. Probably not a great start. Magician's Valkyria coming up. And then Maximum Overlord. Ditching a piece. And setting Seven's One Magician. Flip summon. I should have sent this one because I milled the blue. But I milled Widespread Ruin instead. Battle phase, and we just try to get in there. Widespread Ruin is fine. We still have 3,600 damage. And we are at full. My opponent might have 2 of the 3 IG Drago pieces, though. But they also might be just bricked on Picotrons. Let's find out. Aptron. And they are going for IG Drago. Will they be able to find enough pieces? Here comes Pegotron, maintaining 5 cards in hand as they continue to dig. We've seen 1 head and none of the other pieces. I need to stretch. Okay, so they're setting a monster, which means they probably aren't going to maximum summon. They might still summon a Hydron. Oh, Connector Dog is not what I was expecting. But with Talismanic Seal Array, they can out my monster. I wonder if they'll return the head to the deck, or maybe they're on Monster Reincarnation and want it to stay in the graveyard. No, they do get rid of it. Interesting. And they do remember to debuff Valkyria. I don't really have anything, so that is fine. We draw. And let's just try ending this game. Send green to the graveyard. Set this. change the attack of this. Flip up. Mill. 2,700. That's only 2,000. But we're not done. We have stop defense. Another monster is going to be coming to the board. We also have an extra green, so we can go and set these as well. This is probably game. I could use the reincarnation, but I'm not going to. And even if they have a recital, it doesn't save them. Ancillary finishes this match. And then I'll move on to Alterios. Bum, 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 bum. Are they around? Okay, perfect time. It feels like, every time I stop to ask if someone is in the room, they immediately queue in. 24 is quite close, for sure. You'll get that hydration in no time. Okay, this is probably not the best start available to the deck. You know, just put maybe. But we'll see how it goes. I'm simply choosing to draw no monsters so that the opponent on Thunder is not able to pierce my monsters. It's that easy. Is Barrier not that good? Correct. Barrier does nothing against most major decks of the format. So many skills are able to change a battle position or debuff your monster to the point where it doesn't end up making a difference. Do I use the widespread here? Like, I'd rather not. But I also want to set this, and I'm not going to be able to use anything else. So, widespread it is. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, activate the skill. Let's ditch this card to grab you. Might as well debuff the Blast Jaws. Flip this up. And then, Mage. Torna. And we will keep the final card in hand. Don't need to get pierced for no reason. Well, I mean, I could set it, though. You know what? We're setting. I don't care about the piercing damage. Alright, we put blue back on top. But that is the only maximum piece we have drawn so far. Tara says, if done Atron after the tribute, would have drawn the last piece. Oh, you knew it was the top card. Oh, and Alteris just passed. Never what you really want to be seeing, huh? This is definitely game. Okay. Sorry for the brick. We can do the run back. Let's give you another shot at that one. Oh, but of course, feel free to switch your deck if you would prefer. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, and begin. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Again, a bit of an awkward start. I guess we send this. And we will keep a couple of cards in hand. Let's see what they do with this. Set monsters are definitely not what I was expecting to see after such a pretty slow start on my end. But if they didn't find any of their boss monsters, it makes sense. The Thunder deck does only run 6 high-level monsters. Which can be a bit of a problem. Let's flip this up. And then Torna the Windweaver. Flip you. And then Torna the Windweaver again. A 1500, not quite what we wanted to see. They probably aren't on a barrier, but I will swing into this one first. They let it through, but they might have the Widespread Ruin. There was a delay. And then we put blue back on top. Welcome, Xena the Zeddy. Hope you are enjoying the stream. We're trying out just about every deck in the game. Trailblazing Thunderblast is unfortunately going to clear Monster Reincarnation. However, I already have one piece on top of my deck and another in hand. We see Blastjaw's buffing up the Surge Bolt Lizard to deal with Torna. And they're going to use a second one, maybe to trade. They are. Okay. Alterios is going for it. And setting another face down. Let's see what they can do. Now, does the Blastjaws attack directly? They do not. And we do have this. Huh. You know what? I'm going to use my skill. And I'm going to set the big one. We can debuff this one. And I will keep a 1 card in hand. Oh, you know, I probably shouldn't have attacked. Because I have 2 traps. I didn't need to do that. I could have just kept the Magnum Overlord on board. Interesting thought. Oh, thank you, Xena. I technically made it, but I did use a little bit of a preset. Oh, 2 Trailblazing. I guess I am. Well, if I hadn't attacked, they wouldn't have been able to activate it. Really interesting. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, so I used Void Studio, or some other program to actually make it for me. Or like to get the default, and then I just did color swaps and a little bit of modifying the hair, etc. So, anyway, we are currently in the middle of losing terribly. And since I got rid of the mage, or the monster reincarnation, I'm not able to maximum summon either. Did they land all 3? They did. I forgot I didn't have reincarnation, or I absolutely would have kept a piece around. And now things are a little bit tricky. We definitely need to use the skill and ditch a piece. We will get rid of green. And this will let us bring out this. Debuff. No, maybe I needed to set the green. I need to ditch this, set green, and then, well, I guess now we just need them to not draw any monsters. I definitely messed up this time. We can put a blue copy on top of the deck. But if they find another boss monster, we're probably not surviving. SL Milling. So they are on Thunderspark. I haven't actually ever seen this card resolve against anyone. But Duel does find the Trigger Drago. Bum, bum, bum. And that'll do it. Thank you for the game, Alterios. I don't see anyone else queued up, so I'm down to run it back, but I am going to change my deck. What to run? It's been a while since IG Drago has gotten a chance, so let's bring it in. And see how it goes. Oh, wait, I can't go check. I'm trying to catch up on... Oh, so, also, there is supposed to be a tournament tomorrow. But, the server that I was advertising it in messed up and did not actually have it visible for people to see by default. So I will be posting in my channel after the stream ends if anyone wants to sign up, for sure. I just need to not forget, because it should be tomorrow at probably around the same time today's stream started. Alright, enjoy your extended nap, Terra. Let's just get rid of one of these. And unbrick a little bit. We have a prismatic Sigurd State Soul to show off. And have get destroyed by Widespread Ruin. No, it actually somehow goes through. Alright, let's see what Alterios manages to do to counter my incredibly powerful board of a single monster. Starting off with Tribute to the Doomed is certainly one way to do it. But we're only taking 1900. Somehow, this isn't that bad. But we continue to kind of brick here, which is suboptimal. Let's throw a card down. Summon the piece we have. Skill. We will return this one to the bottom of the deck. Normal summon. Mill one. And then simply lose to widespread. Part 2. And there it is. Alright, Halterios has defeated the IG Drago. And it's Alright, and there goes my reincarnation. Which means I'm not going to be able to find left pieces, even if I were to survive the turn. We'll get them in the rematch. But I'm thinking we probably call it a stream soon. I think we'll do another round against Halterios, so we can try to properly show off the IG Drago deck. And then we might call it a day there. Skyhawk says, funny how often the game comes down to, did they open widespread? I mean, this wasn't really, oh, they had widespread, so I lost. I drew one low-level monster 2 turns in a row. Oh, Robert says, can I jump in? And sure. If there are more people joining, I will stream for a little bit longer. I might need to take a water break, though. But feel free to hop into the room. So, after this game, we are going to take a short break. And then we'll play against Robert a little bit. 1, 2, 3, and then skill. Maximum Ragnarok returns this to the top of the deck, allowing me to get this out for just 1 tribute. Sigurd, backed by his 2 Dark Femtrons. Battle, we'll just go straight ahead. But it looks like they might have a trap. I mean, if it's widespread, they can use it now. I don't mind. Gets it out of the way for later. Unfortunately, I did use all of the cards in my hand here, which does mean we are in danger of a very big piercing attack from Trigger Drago. However, they're starting off with Stormbolt Destroyer. Will they have the double boss play? Blast Jaws and Lightning Trigger is going off. Down to 1100, they're able to clear both monsters cleanly. Defense mode. They must have a Pierce. Or did they mess up? By buffing the Surge Bolt Lizard, it would have been able to defeat the Dark Femtron, even if it stayed in attack mode. The card in hand is probably something like a duckbill. Alright, we will simply draw IG Drago. What can I say? I am good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Femtron coming in. Maximum summon. And the biggest threat here is actually Blast Jaws. So let's go ahead and destroy a face-up level 8 or lower monster. The Stormbolt Destroyer. Then skill. We put this card back on top of the deck. And we weaken Blast Jaws. Battle phase and swing. If they aren't able to draw an out to IG Drago this turn, we might be able to finish the game. However, they have 2 Blast Jaws in the graveyard already, and a Thunder the Thunder. A Stormbolt Destroyer or Trigger Drago alone are not enough. The skill will reduce me to 3,000 attack. You're going to need to get a Trigger Drago onto the field to bring it up to 2,800. Or flip a Tribute to the Doomed. That'll do it. And that is almost certainly going to be game. 1,500 plus 1,200 plus 1,300. Nice work, Alterios. So we are going to be taking a short break. I need to get water, stand up, stretch, etc. Since this is going to be downtime, I will run the ads on Twitch now so it doesn't yell at people later when we're actually playing the game. I will be back in a couple of minutes. And we are back. Hopefully Robert has found the duel room. So, oh, well, it looks like someone else new also joined. So, if they got here first, I will give them a game. And then I do want to play against Zen Spiral / Robert / Pokey Spiral. Let's hop right back into things. Interesting hand. Okay. Well, we have 2 boss monsters, but we also have 2 low levels, so we are able to do it. Let's activate the skill, and we are going to just get rid of the monster reincarnation. Not a huge deal. I see Renegade and Paco are having some pretty good games going on. Maybe we should spectate 1 or 2 of those after we are done with fighting Robert, and I'm not sure who Strack is, actually. Feel free to say hi in the chat if your name is different. So we see an ace breaker. So, will they use the effect to destroy one and then beat 3,500 to pop the other? Or do they have something else in mind? We will find out soon. Alright, so we do see 3,500, and we see the effect, destroying Active Shoot Hydron and Segregate Stole with 1 lone boss monster. Now backed up by 2 traps. However, in our hand is the new Providence. IG Drago, the Sky Emperor. Let's activate the skill. We put Dark Femtron back on the bottom of the deck. And we weaken Ace Breaker. Not that it matters, as next we send 3 cards to the graveyard to destroy it. And that is 4,000 direct damage. Widespread Ruin is not enough. So, Spiral, you are up. Let's see what you've brought today. Alright, we are up first, and we've drawn just the left side. That's okay. Setting 3 and passing, never a bad start. Except for when it is. You know? When they summon a bunch of piercing monsters, or Dragius, or some Twin Edge Dragons. But that doesn't make it the wrong move. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Volt Condor. Yeah, I guess I'll be aggressive. Let's widespread ruin. Keep the rest of our monsters. And we can always use our skill to debuff this all the way down to 1300. No. Yeah. But it also simply does not matter, as once again, IG Drago, the Sky Emperor, appears and destroys the Harpy Lady Sisters, leading to a direct attack of 4,000 damage. Pass turn. Bum, 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 bum. And then I think we'll do one more full rotation. Anyone who is in the room currently and wants a game will get one more before we call it a day. Oh, the top deck IG Drago. Welcome, SG. I was wondering who I was playing against, but that makes sense. Sorry for the sack. We can get a rematch if you would like. I'm totally down for that. Okay, we see a Bee Summoner, able to bring in the buffed Volt Condor. You can still use Volt Condor's effect, even with a special summoned one. Now, do they have a second Volt Condor to debuff IG Drago enough? That is the big question that remains to be answered. IG Drago, a light monster. Volt Condor, a light monster. But it looks like they might not have it. Wait, it's the Darkness Crested Hawk. Unfortunately, that is not enough. 3,100, 3,200. 4,000 is higher. We activate the effect of IG Drago, the Sky Emperor. Lightning Bolt Condor is destroyed. Then, Maximum Ragnarok, Femtron, return to the bottom of the deck, debuffing the Hawk, and battle. Zen Spiral is finished. Alright, and I think Strack is up next. That's SG over in the YouTube chat. Will I be checking the deck list after the stream? Yes. I've been trying to scroll through a little bit while we have time, but I actually haven't gotten to it yet. Okay. Wait, ASDF, joining the server. Okay. On to play Rush, Bubble Era. Perfect. Yep. I will start by setting 3 and passing. And then Maximus, I will try to read through what you've got here. Share the deck list for Bubble Era, playing and building. We see 2 Dion Keto, the 5 Harpies, and then of course all of the Aquas. Vanillas plus Fashion of Faith, Summon Skull, and Vanilla Harpy Lady. I agree with Paco. So yeah, the main change is probably taking out Barrier for something. But what should it be? Is the tough question. Zen Spiral, I don't see a beetle list posted anywhere. Can you repost it in the Vushduel channel if you don't mind? So what should the barrier in this Bubble Era deck become? We already have 5, 6, 7, 8 high levels, which is pretty good. Oh, yep, making them hydration is perfect. I think that list is pretty good. Obviously, 3D on Kiddo would be even better, but don't stress out too much about it. Connector Dog, and then we're going to make an Attribute Hydron. Maximum Ragnarok, we will return... actually, a little bit awkward. I don't want to mill this, so I guess I'll put it on the bottom. And I select 1 and 2. But now there's a card on the bottom of my deck. Do I have a way to shuffle? Or am I just losing it anyway? I think I am. But that's fine. I'll swing into Strack, clear the face down, and get in for a ton of damage. Okay. Do I have any way to shuffle my deck? No. Just straight up no. Very well. Finding the maximum is a little bit challenging. Maybe I should run a Seal Array in here. I know a lot of people are, so I'm going to consider it. Oh, but would you look at that? I am simply too good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's flip over their monster. And we can swing on in. They have a trap, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And then I see, Alterios is here. But I've played a lot of IG Drago. So let's switch it up for the final leg of this stream. We're gonna go back to Aqua. Looking at Maximus's deck made me want to play it again. As she says, starting to feel like running back row removal isn't worth it. I actually sometimes agree. Depending on the deck you're playing, 0 can be the right amount. Sometimes Talismanic Seal Array is going to do the same thing, and then sometimes when your opponent has no monsters set, you are going to be able to use a card that would have been a dead back row removal anyway. It's also worth noting, my decks in particular tend to be lean on spell and trap cards. Disco Fever is a little bit of an exception, but I try to stick to just 4. And when I only have 4 spell and trap cards total in the deck, sometimes you simply won't find anything to destroy. Alright, so we've set up the Seahorse Carrier, but I actually didn't need to do that. Though having it sounds like it should be nice. So we're gonna keep Seahorse Carrier in hand and pass. Let's see what Alterios is playing. Is it actually Resonance? With Harpies, you can recycle your monsters, guaranteed to be able to maximum summon. Yeah, so the middle piece is able to shuffle back anything And then Monster Reincarnation and Trick Pigeon are both able to add pieces from the graveyard to the hand. The biggest issue, of course, is that you're running two one-ofs. The left and right side, sometimes they just won't show up. And if they're at the bottom of the deck, you aren't going to be maximum summoning anytime soon. But I do think the Harpy deck is good anyway. Outside of Duel Links, in the physical TCG format, it isn't uncommon for Harpy players to not even maximum summon when they have the chance. They will instead summon out the pieces individually to have multiple monsters. Alright, so we are fighting Resonance, and they have Twin-Edged Dragon plus Merchant for a devastating combo. But they also had Dragias, which would have been just as well, if not better. Oh, but Dragonic Slayer, I can respect the choice. Okay. And unfortunately, Slayer does mean my back row is destroyed. Shield and Sword is a free win against this kind of deck. However, by buffing the Twin-Edged Dragon, instead of using its effect, I'm safe. I take no damage this turn. And while losing Shield and Sword is a huge loss, we can turn this around. I summon Seahorse Carrier and activate the effect. Let's add Kanon to hand. Then summon Kanon plus Vorse Raider. Boogie Master is up next. And this clears. Slayer and Twin Edge are both going down. Disco Fever, boost up by 800. And then set 1 and 2. We could use the Seal Array here for even more damage. But I'd rather make them work for it. And if I keep the Seal Array around for a turn, I can actually recycle my boss monster. Oh, Roughly just says I could run Reset Runner to shuffle back my deck in IG Drago after I spend time putting pieces on the bottom of the deck. That is probably a good idea over some of the many vanillas. I'll have to try it out in the future. So, fortunately, people have been taking out the sports dragons, which means these Dragonic pressures are only dealing 1,500 damage instead of 4,800. And we draw incredibly. Seahorse Carrier enters the field. Activate effect. Add Kanon to hand. Summon Babysitter Goat. And tribute it. And now King's Majesty is live. Fashion of Faith onto the board. Gains life and gains attack and draws a card. Then I think we Kanon. And we heal by 1,000 life. Then we Seal Array. And shuffle back our boss monsters, our Vorse Raider. Actually, not the Vorse Raider. Our boss monsters and 2 Seahorse Carriers. Even if Talismanic Seal Array was doing nothing else here, it would still be good. Disco Fever activates, and now we get to buff you. And you. Battle phase, clear this. Swing in for 1,400. And then 29. A lethal push out of nowhere. Good game, Alterios. Oh, Penguin is here. Let's fight against him and see what happens. glad you've been having fun with Rush Duels. I'm definitely a huge fan of the mode. Even when Speed Duels wasn't in a Tier 0 format, I've personally been a fan of Rush. I think both are good though. And I'm glad other people are coming around to it. I know there was a lot of negative backlash when the game started. Having a new mini box with a lot of interesting cards in it also is probably really helpful. We're against a Thunder deck. Do I even want to set my final cards? I think we need to keep one in hand. End turn. Let's see what Penguin goes for. I mean, I guess I could have set the carrier. Oh, but if they have spell trap removal and they manage to hit my traps, it's good. So, Atlas, I know what you're referring to, but I actually would contend that aggro decks were not decisively the best deck in the format. They were easily the most popular, and they were very good, which meant they won a lot of events. However, decks like Disco Fever, Resonance, even Spellcasters, all had merit. We definitely widespread here. I'm not taking 5,000 damage. Yeah, it was very popular, regardless of whether it was actually the best deck. So I get what you mean. 100%. Unfortunately, we didn't find a boss monster here. So, set and pass again. And another Thunder Blaze. Or a Thunder Blast. And a third one, too. Unfortunately, our high quantity of spell and trap cards is coming back to bite us. Luckily, with one card remaining in hand, I was going to say we don't get pierced, but not anymore. Tribute to the Doomed is going to remove one of our monsters, meaning we are taking 2,400 damage. But it happens with any deck. Sometimes you aren't going to draw the bosses. Let's just wrap this one up. Nice work, Penguin. Of course, Widespread Ruin. But I will do it again. I played around your Widespread Ruin. I will attack myself for game, whether you like it or not. Alright. I'm gonna change my deck one more time and do our final games. Let's just go with Harpies. Oh, and congrats on getting the hydration, which is going to remind me to hydrate. I see Strack here. Battle. Oh. Okay, I don't actually see anyone queued up. So maybe that will be it for the stream then. I will give it a minute or two. Yeah, a lot of the card names have just fan translations that get changed sooner or later. Moisturize is probably a more accurate reflection of the name of the card in Japan. But okay, I see Zen Spiral and Alterios have queued up for one more round. Oh, what did Renegade just drop on you, Paco? Sounds like something happened. And since we're getting close to the end, I'm trying to see if there are any Rush players on Duel Links right now. Oh, okay, there are actually a couple. So we'll have to figure it out. Oh, I know exactly who I would raid. Okay. If they are still going, once we finish these games. Oh, welcome, Penguin. Congrats on completely destroying me. There was nothing I could do there. And it's looking like there's not all too much I might be able to do here either. Though you can see a lot of spell and trap cards. Really coming back to bite us. I don't think I want to leave this in attack mode. I enjoy your night, Maximus. And hopefully I will see you around again soon. A Volt Condor deck. Do we have outs? A second Volt Condor. Well, this actually isn't too bad. We can drop a widespread, and that protects us from taking any damage this turn. Actually, let's just destroy the other one to speed this up a little bit. Renegade, can you post your current iteration of Overlord in the channel? I'm always interested to see where you've taken it. Trick Pigeon, Faith Bird. And then we're bringing in Dragon and Harpy Lady Sisters. Sisters will buff this, but we need to play around some traps. I think I'm going to take the 200 debuff here, just in case Zen is on something crazy like the barrier. It's only 200 less damage, and it plays a little bit better around Widespread Ruin. So let's swing here. Spreading the buffs should be good. And we swing in for quite a lot. Wait, why are you praying for downfall? Are you a Harpy hater? Oh, so there are Harpies in the Volt Condor deck. But that is going to boost my pet dragon by an additional 900. Let's see what they have planned. Probably just going to debuff the sisters and swing in for a bunch of damage, is my guess. Oh, I see. Big Volt Condor fan. And I mean, they even have the Harpy. 20. Oh, is that actually enough to clear? Okay. No fear, huh? I guess the widespread rune was already shown. But I'm not going to let that stop me. I will simply draw another one. Okay, maybe I won't. Harpy Lady. Grace Princess. Yeah, there weren't any wind monsters in there, so I couldn't use the effect of the Harpy Lady either way. But it is now my turn to turn things around. Pierce on this one. And a Talismanic Seal Array. Not the only one running it. So this is how I plan on getting into Sen Spiral's life points. Down to 1100. Activate my skill. And I'm going to buff the non-piercing one. And let's see how it goes. If it's a widespread ruin, we still have a chance to deal huge damage via piercing. Oh, but it's actually shield and sword. Let's finish this. 713. Nice game, Zen. Alright, and who is up next? Alterios, you got it. Altera says the server is messing up. Are you referring to Twitch or Duel Links? Okay, so Alterios was probably referring to how our match was unable to properly start. We'll give it one more shot, and that will probably be the last game of the day. But we are going to do a raid as well. Oh, it actually says nobody's here. Oh, there they are. Alright, perfect. We draw for turn, and this is an interesting opening hand. I'm pretty afraid of actually drawing into more bricks here. So I think I am simply going to legitimately bring out the monsters. I'll put this in defense mode to kind of scare them off. And this goes here, and end. Let's see what Alterios does. Maybe I could have kept the Harpy Lady sisters. Since now I am opening myself up to a little bit more damage. Mystic Dealer. Oh, is this Overlord or Seven's Axle Road? Fire Golem doesn't tell me anything. Light Sorcerer coming in. And 1 maximum piece obtained. And of course, the Mystic Dealer does not choose to attack. Our move. We will Trick Pigeon and use the effect, ditching Ghost Cyclone for the Harpy Lady Sisters. Then normal summon. Do I just bring in a second dragon? I mean, that would be funny. But I think the sisters makes more sense. Let's flip up the dragon, throw this down, and activate our skill. We will boost up the Harpy Lady Sisters to play around a little bit of Widespread Ruin. And battle. Swing into this one. As this is bad against Recital, to not clear the dealer first. But it's actually Widespread Ruin anyway. I will clear the Mystic Dealer. And pass. Alright, so, we saw a green piece last turn. So now we know Alterios is at 2 of the 3. All they need is the head. So we need to make... Oh, they actually have it anyway. They were just getting in an extra 800 debuff. Very interesting. But do we have an out to this? Can we get high enough? And we're running Talismanics. And we have a reincarnation. So I think if we just draw low-level monsters, we're okay. That is not low-level monsters. Huh. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I could destroy that. Just in case it's like a stop defense. So let's start here. It was a stop defense. So I absolutely needed to get rid of it. Set 1. Yeah, a seahorse carrier would have been fantastic here. I definitely don't need the Pierce. Do I just grab another low level? I think so. Let's use Monster Reincarnation. Discard this. Grab the Trick Pigeon, sure. And then, we just set it and end. The idea here is, even if they tribute off Magnum Overlord for a 1 tribute monster, they are going to need to put out more in order to actually clear the board. So let's see what they do. 2 more back row. And Widespread Ruin is indeed gone. Yeah, I really should get rid of the Pierce. I agree. It was a holdover from, when I was running the Elegant Egotist skill. And you'd summon the maximum and then not be able to kill. But with this skill being able to change a monster to attack mode, you don't need Pierce. I agree. I just have not removed it yet. Battle. Wait, I probably should have gotten rid of one of these. But that's okay. Seahorse Carrier. And that'll finally get us some low-level monsters. But is that even enough? Hold on. So this is 2,000. 2,900 plus 7. So it should be just barely enough, I think. But I could also just stall. I don't think there's actually much harm in waiting another turn. And then if we get 2 low levels, we'd be able to do a lot more. Another back row. Okay. My Harpy Lady Sisters goes down, of course. Our move. And there we go. That should be a lot of monsters. Harpy Lady. Tribute. Harpy's Pet Dragon. 1, 2. It gains some attack. And then Harpy Lady Sisters. It gains a little bit more attack. And then Harpy Lady Sisters L. We go even higher. Hysteric Force. Boosted again. And then return these 2 to the deck. And we're going to boost it even more. However, this still may not be enough. All they need is a simple Music Princess's Recital. And they would have been able to stop my attack. But they aren't running it. Harpy Lady Sisters finishes the game after being able to succinctly snipe a Ghost Cyclone or a stop defense with my Ghost Cyclone. And no one else is queued up, so that means that is going to be it for today. We are going to raid another Twitch streamer. They were actually here in the chat earlier. So everyone, make sure you stick around for just a minute and say hello to The Fallen. And we will all head over there in a bit. Over on YouTube, we are done. Renegade says to move summon the Overlord and not win the game that turn. They did not. My field was simply... we basically just hadn't lost any life. Alright, and we are going to raid. Thank you everyone for watching.
Fala de duels. Dá uma olhada pra mim.